Hi guys, it's me ChazzaHD and welcome to qualifying day here at Zandvoort for the 2022 Dutch Grand Prix. Hope you're all doing well on what is at Zandvoort a very hot and sunny day, a windy day as well. I think the wind speed is at least 15 miles per hour and it will probably get slightly windier as the day goes on, so that is something to look out for today. But it's going to be a very interesting day today, certainly more interesting than what we saw at Spa a week ago, where so many people had penalties for the race that we didn't really get that great, really, of a qualifying session because so many people were, that we knew were going to be starting low down anyway and didn't really do or try that hard in their final qualifying efforts because, again, they knew they were going to be starting so low down. So with qualifying today, where we don't have any grid penalties for this weekend's race at the moment, it should be a much more exciting qualifying day here in Zandvoort compared to Spa. And looking at the practice sessions so far, certainly practice 2 is looking pretty exciting. I think we have to say that. We'll get into the results, by the way, of practice 1 and practice 2 from yesterday, in case you guys don't know, as to, just what the pace was looking like from yesterday. But it definitely looks quite a bit different from the Belgian Grand Prix, which is what my hope was. And to be honest, it was kind of my expectation as well. But it is going to be an exciting day of qualifying, obviously, later. Firstly, practice 3 will be getting underway in about 12.5 minutes time. And that's going to be a very interesting session to see just what the pace is looking like between all of the teams, of course. But in terms of qualifying later, we've got a very exciting fight coming up for pole position between Ferrari, Red Bull, and if Mercedes keep up their pace, probably them as well. And then for the front of the midfield pack, you've got McLaren and Alpine looking pretty quick. McLaren looking quick enough to the point where Lando Norris could find himself in 5th or 6th, honestly, in qualifying later if he can pull out a special lap like we know he can on a Saturday. And then, we'll see what happens with the lower down teams in the midfield. But it's going to be, at the very top of the field, an exciting day, and definitely quite a bit different to what we saw last week at Spa. So hopefully you guys will join me for that today. And yeah, firstly, practice 3, we'll be getting into that in just under 12 minutes time. I'll be doing a watch along, of course, for that session. And then, once the session is finished, which will be at 12 PM UK time in just over an hour from now, we will then be getting into the build-up to qualifying itself for a couple hours. And then, of course, getting into the qualifying session itself, which starts in just over 3 hours from now, about 3 hours and 10 minutes away we are from the beginning of qualifying. And then, of course, I'll be doing a watch along for that, then a reaction to that after the session for a half an hour or so. In the build-up to qualifying, by the way, we are going to be getting into the Alpine Oscar Piastri situation, kind of repeating what I talked about last night, but also updating that story because Oscar Piastri did an exclusive interview with F1.com and revealed some interesting things. So, yeah, we'll be getting into that later on in this stream, in the build-up, like I said, to qualifying. So plenty coming up and plenty coming your way in today's stream, and I hope you'll all join me for that. And yeah, hopefully you're all doing well. And hopefully, no matter what time it is in your part of the world or what part of the world you're from, hopefully you're all having the best day possible you can be having, given whatever circumstances you're all going through. But let's get into, before we get into practice 3, let's get into the results of the practice sessions from yesterday. So here is practice 1, where it was, incredibly, a Mercedes 1-2. George Russell ended up quickest from Lewis Hamilton in 2nd. Carlos Sainz ended up 3rd. And then the rest of the order was Norris in 4th, Ricciardo 5th, Leclerc 6th, Perez 7th, Alonso 8th, Ocon 9th, and Alexander Albon in P10. And then it was Schumacher 11th, Stroll 12th, Magnussen 13th, and then Gasly, Vettel, Zhou, Tsunoda, Bottas, Verstappen, and Latifi completing the rest of the order. Obviously, Max Verstappen, as you can see, there only did 7 laps in practice 1. And the reason he ended up in 19th and did so little laps is because his gearbox failed in practice 1. Thankfully, though, got going for practice 2. And let's get into results of practice 2 now. And I'll quickly just show what the lap time of Charles Leclerc was, as he ended up in P1. He was slightly by a 0.004 of a second quicker than Carlos Sainz on a 1:12.345. And then, yeah, it was Carlos Sainz in second, Hamilton third, only, half a tenth or so behind the quickest man, overall. And then it was, it was Norris in 4th place, Russell 5th, Stroll 6th, Alonso 7th, Verstappen 8th, Ocon 9th, and Ricciardo in P10. And then the rest of the order, it was Tsunoda, Perez, Schumacher, Vettel, Zhou, Gasly, Albon, Bottas, Magnussen, and Nicholas Latifi at the very back of the field. So as you can see from the 2 practice sessions, very mixed up in terms of what we've seen so far. Ferrari a lot quicker than last week. They were always going to be quicker here. Ferrari, this track suits them a lot better than the Spa circuit. McLaren over a single lap also, with Lando Norris especially looking very, very quick. Mercedes a lot quicker here even than they expected, and they knew this track would suit them better, so looking good for them. Red Bull not looking as great as probably they expected coming into this part of the weekend, practice 3, in about 8 minutes' time. They're definitely going to improve their pace in this session, obviously in qualifying later. They're not going to be the 3rd fastest team or even worse than that. That's not going to happen today. But they are not quite as quick, I think, as they expected and as we expected coming into qualifying day. And then, yeah, Alpine looking pretty good. And then after that, looks as though you've got AlphaTauri and Aston Martin, the 2 quickest midfield teams after the top 2 midfield teams of McLaren and Alpine. As I'll cut to these pictures. Obviously, these will be the pictures you'll be seeing during the Practice 3 watch-along itself. And Practice 3 underway in 7 minutes from now. And yeah, coming into this session, Ferrari definitely are the favourites, I think, for to end up P1 in this session, but also get pole position later. So it'll be interesting to see whether they do keep up that pace from yesterday. They really have to hope that they still have, a couple tenths of a second really advantage over Verstappen in practice 3. Because if Max is able to bounce back big time in this session and be right on pace with Ferrari, then it's looking good for Red Bull and Verstappen in terms of still getting pole position at, of course, Max Verstappen's home Grand Prix. But yeah, Ferrari, I think, will be the favourites. And then it will be probably Red Bull, the 2nd quickest team, at least, with Max Verstappen. Mercedes, I don't think will be quite as close as they were yesterday, but they'll be not too far behind. And still 3rd fastest team, but they will be in the fight, kind of, over a single lap today. But I just don't think it'll be as strong as what we saw yesterday. I think if they can get a decent qualifying result later, we could see a very good race performance from them. And then, yeah, look out for Lando Norris, because he was very quick yesterday. 4th in practice 1 and then 4th in practice 2. And he honestly is looking, Norris, like he's in that similar type of form. And the McLaren car looking as though it's in that similar type of form as it was in Hungary, where, of course, Lando qualified in 4th place at that Grand Prix. So definitely watch out for Lando in this session coming up. But going to be, obviously, with the shorter lap here and the way the track is, it's going to be a pretty exciting session, I think. And it's going to be interesting to see just what the pace is looking like between all of the teams. Let me just have a look on Twitter quickly, see if there's any news I can bring you guys quickly. By the way, one thing I do want to well, not announce, but let you guys know of, is so obviously it's just over 3 years. I think 3 years and 4 days since sadly Antoine Hubert was took away from us. Obviously gone too soon after that crash at Spa in F2, and the driver he had a crash with, I think it was, if I remember correctly, was Juan Manuel Correa, who obviously ended up in hospital. I think broke both of his legs. Very nice story this morning, because there was the F3 sprint race, I think it was this morning, and Juan Manuel Correa was on the podium in second place. So that is a very nice story to see, and what a comeback he has made from such a bad position, not just physically but mentally. So yeah, massive credit to him for making the comeback he's made, and great to see him doing well in F3. But yeah, there's nothing I can see on Twitter in regards to any new F1 news. So we'll just get into pretty much the session, as they are now starting to go through the F1 intro on the TV broadcast. So we are very close to getting this session underway. I just want to say though, quickly, before we get into the session, which is about 2.5-3 minutes or so away, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do watch-alongs for Practice 3, qualifying, and F3 Grand Prix. Obviously, the race on Sunday, we do a watch-along for all of those sessions for F3 race in 2022, so make sure to subscribe to the channel for more content like this. And for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash the like button to help the channel out. Just to let you guys know, the 3 tyre compounds this weekend are the 3 hardest compounds. The softest compound is the C3, and the C2 for the medium, C1 for the hard. So you're not really going to see the hard compound tyre this weekend. I mean, it's not cold here at Zandvoort, but it's not roaring hot compared to what we saw at Paul Ricard, obviously, in France, or earlier in the season, obviously in Barcelona. So it's it's, what do you call it? It's hot to a certain extent. I mean, hot for the time of year, I guess, for that part of the world, but it's not massively hot to the point where the tyres are going to be falling off massively. So yeah, the soft compound tyre, obviously, today will be the tyre of choice for the quickest single laps. But for tomorrow, I think we are most likely going to see a one-stop Grand Prix tomorrow. Even though the pit lane is quite short here, I think we're mostly going to see a one-stop race here, because the tyres are so hard and they'll last quite a bit longer than tyres, softer tyres would last here. And because it's so hard to overtake here, I don't think you'll really be wanting to do an extra pit stop, because overtaking is not exactly easy here at Zandvoort. But the session is nearly underway, as looks as though the Ferrari cars look to be nearly, well, no, I was going to say nearly ready, but I thought they had their tyres on, but not quite yet. Drivers not even in the cars yet. So yeah, we'll see when they come out. But the Ferrari looking very good this weekend at Zandvoort. Anyway, what I am going to do is I am going to get my graphics ready for the session. So obviously the running order on the left-hand side is just the stock one. I'll update it as the session goes on. And let me update the top ticker here. As good to see as well, such a packed crowd even at for practice 3. Obviously, they're all Max Verstappen fans, hoping for a home pole position, just like last year. And practice 3 is, of course, an hour-long session. And I'll sync the timer up for the session at the 59-minute mark. As Lando Norris is currently on the pit wall, so he's not going to be going anywhere anytime soon. And we do see normally with practice 3 that it's not, they don't come roaring out of the garage, but it looks as though the Aston Martin of Lance Stroll is going to come out as the session has officially begun. Like I said, I'll sync up the timer at the 59-minute mark. Looks as though Lance Stroll is going to come out on the, I think that was the hard compound tyre. As they now show the Mercedes garage, no sign of a Mercedes driver getting in that car. Sergio Perez, though, comes out of his garage and thankfully comes onto my screen at the same time. And he's on the soft compound tyre, so yeah, didn't do great yesterday. Pace wasn't great, but we have seen quite a few times this season where he'll struggle on a Friday, but then show some good pace on a Saturday as he enters the circuit. And already into turn 3 on his outlap. And I'll get the timer on screen right now. There you go. And then we just readjust the position there. There you go. So 59 minutes to go in this session. As Max Verstappen, obviously the home driver, looks as though he's about to come out on track as well. Just waiting, I think, for the go-ahead to come out of the garage. As Toto Wolff, interestingly, having discussion there with the FIA president, Mohammed Ben Sulayem. Quite, well, maybe not quite an animated discussion there, but definitely trying to get his point across about something there, Toto. Maybe it's about the cost cap when it comes to Red Bull, because obviously there's been rumours that Red Bull are going to bring a lighter weight chassis, which would be interesting given the cost cap. But anyway, let's see. Sergio Perez now begin his first flying lap of the day. As also Lance Stroll has started his first flying lap as Perez understeers a bit through turn 1. And now into turn 2 and 3. Obviously won't be going incredibly quick straight away. Sergio Perez what was his lap times in practice 2? I think his lap times in practice 2 were in the 1 minute 14s. So be interesting to see whether he beats that straight away for his first run in practice 3. As the front end again washing out a bit through turn 9. Turn 10 looks fine. As Perez is about to complete the middle sector and is going quicker than Lance Stroll ahead. Obviously Stroll, I think, on the hard compound tyre, so you would expect that. As Perez comes through the final corner, opens DRS. DRS now activated through the final banked corner. And seems as though it's not causing any issues for the drivers, thankfully. As Perez comes to the line and does a 1:13.7, which I think is quicker than his best time yesterday. Not by an absolute ton of time, but it is quicker. So Sergio Perez quickest. As Tsunoda and Gasly on the track, Lance Stroll has come back into the pits. And everybody else in the pit lane. So yeah, Perez, Tsunoda, Gasly, the only cars on track currently. El Pueco, I think it is, in the chat asks, who is the next best aero designer to Adrian Newey? Currently, I would say James Allison. And then probably after that, I don't know, James Key, Simone Resta. But yeah, the second best designer on the grid currently, I would say James Allison. Of all time, well, is Adrian Newey the best designer of all time? that I think that is up for debate still, because obviously Colin Chapman was a incredible innovator and designer back in the day, and there have been some great designers back in the day as well, such as Gordon Murray. But yeah, on the current grid, or out of the current designers, I would say James Allison, clearly second best. But hasn't got it too right with the current car, as Pierre Gasly has come back into the pits, I can see. Yuki Tsunoda, though, is on track. I don't know, though, if Tsunoda is on a lap. I can see that Mick Schumacher has just got into his car, so we will get some cars on track, or more cars on track, pretty soon. As Alex Albon there in the Williams, just getting his overalls on, ready to come out for this session. As Charles Leclerc is currently being strapped in, belted in, whatever you want to call it, into his Ferrari. And looks as though George Russell is about to come out on the hard compound tyres in a moment in the much quicker, thankfully, Mercedes, as Pierre Gasly is now on track for AlphaTauri. And Valtteri Bottas in his car looks as though he's about to come out in a moment. Alfa Romeo have been very slow this weekend. They've definitely got one of the slowest cars this weekend, which is quite a shame, because 3.5, 4 months ago, they had probably the 4th or 5th best car on the grid. Now, it's 8th or 9th best car on the grid. So yeah, it's not been a good season since really the Spanish Grand Prix for them. But they are still 6th in the championship, and as long as they finish there, I don't think they'll be that bothered if they don't score a point for the rest of the season. I think they will score a point or two before the season is over, as obviously we've got this race this weekend, and then another 7 races after this weekend. Monza, Singapore, Suzuka, Circuit of Americas, Mexico, Sao Paulo, and Abu Dhabi as well. So they'll have their chances to get a couple more points finishes, as we are looking at Sergio Perez on another flying lap, and already 3.5, almost 4/10 of a second quicker through the first sector compared to his best time so far of a 1:13.7. So a lot quicker from Perez. Oh, loses the rear end though. Quite a bit on the exit of turn 10. And did look as though he understeered quite a bit. Still, though, up on his best lap so far. And then he understeers quite a bit through turn 12, I think that was. So the Red Bull on the front end, not looking that great. Washing out quite a bit. As Perez comes to the line and goes even quicker. Yet by about 0.2 of a second. And, well, he goes to a 1:13.6, but he's very close to being a full exact 0.2 of a second quicker. As here's a replay of Perez in turn 10, and I think probably just applied the throttle there a bit too aggressively through the middle of the corner, and that's why he ended up almost putting the car round. As the home crowd now waits for Max Verstappen to come out onto the track. But currently, the only car on the track is Sergio Perez, who says the rear was quite a lot worse this time around into the medium speed. And yeah, that's what we clearly saw there from Perez. In the medium speed corners, the rear end stepping out on Checo. And that also might not just be down to the car, but might be down to what I said at the very start of this stream, which is It is quite a bit windier today, I think, than yesterday. It's currently about 14, 15 kilometers an hour, the wind speed. So it might just be affecting the grip on the rear end through those corners. So, yeah, we'll see how that affects the other drivers in this session and in qualifying as well. But Sky F1 have gone to an ad break, which I don't blame them because there's no real action on the track at the moment. So, yeah, keep your comments coming, guys, in the chat, and I'll get to them in a moment. I'm just going to quickly check out Twitter to see if there's any news I can quickly bring you guys before I get to your comments. And hello to you all, by the way. Great to see you all here. Let's see if there's anything that I can find in terms of news. Don't think I can see anything. No. Can't see anything at the moment. There's been quite a bit of news this morning about Oscar Piastri after his exclusive interview with Formula1.com. But like I said, we will be getting into that in the build-up to qualifying, as I will do a segment, I guess you could say, on the Alpine Oscar Piastri saga. And, you know, looking at what's happened since the saga during the summer break concluded. But I'll come on to your guys' comments now in the chat. Waltz Chen says Supermax with rocket ship. We'll see if we can have that today. Triban says, but Newey, obviously the better aerodynamicist. I'd say McLaren had the best aero from 98 until Newey left. Triban says, probably I'd say Rory Byrne. They have a huge rivalry during the late 90s and early 2000s. Yeah, looking back at that era, I mean, the Newey designed McLaren of 98, 99, 2000 were definitely better cars compared to the Ferrari at the time. But then, was it 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004? The Rory Byrne designed Ferraris were definitely quite a bit better. And then Adrian Newey, I think, the final year that he was really at McLaren, which was 2005, that year he designed a very good car, but just wasn't reliable enough in the end. And then he did design the 2006 car, but the 2006 car was just mediocre, really, compared to the 2005 car. So, yeah, they were pretty equal during that era. Obviously, Byrne was at Benetton as well. Count Bloss says Paddy Lowe. Not sure about that. I mean, he was obviously a good technical guy in F1, but I wouldn't put him quite in that conversation. Ken Wallace says Leclerc for pole. Come on. Look, it's looking, I think, from what we've seen so far, I think it's looking good. So, well, we'll see if that does happen later. As Rook just saying, Verstappen, purple first sector and second sector. Well, it looks as though, here we go, Sky F1 are now coming back from the ad break. So let's see what Max Verstappen has done. He has gone quickest, and Lewis Hamilton gone second for Mercedes. It's Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez. Is it 2021 all over again? As Carlos Sainz now comes to the line on his first flying lap and goes second, but is 1 second off Max Verstappen's lap there. What a first lap of the day that is for Max Verstappen. A 1:12.3, I think that is, for Max Verstappen. And that is how much quicker? 7, maybe 8 tenths of a second quicker than he went in practice too. So yeah, very quick first lap there for Max as Russell goes second for the Mercedes team. Let's just update that. And, well, it's not a massive surprise that we see Red Bull improving their pace from practice 2 to practice 3 straight away and so quickly, because normally, obviously, Red Bull do tend to sandbag quite a bit on a Friday. That's been clear to see so far this season, as Esteban Ocon, I think, has done a lap time and he's into P6, and then I think it's Leclerc at the moment in P7, as we're looking at Lando Norris on his first flying lap of the day on a set of medium compound tyres. So let's see what Norris can do. Verstappen, I'm pretty sure, would have been on a soft tyre. So Norris, really, what was the best time Norris did yesterday? I think a 1:12.5. It'll be interesting to see what Norris does here with his lap. Probably won't be anywhere near as quick as that lap from yesterday because he's on this tyre, as he understeers quite a bit through turn 9. Then understeering as well through turn, as Verstappen quickly says, I just don't have the grip anymore after one timed lap. Interesting that the tyre's falling off that quickly. And it does seem as though the wind is having an effect in those corners in the middle sector, because Norris there understeered into turn 9 and turn 10. As Norris is now coming to the end of his lap, where does he go? He goes P7. Before I update that he is in P7, let me update that Charles Leclerc is up to 4th. And then, yeah, Lando Norris is in 7th. Not anymore, because now it's Kevin Magnussen in 7th. Let's see where Mick Schumacher goes. Mick Schumacher goes 3rd on a 1:13.2, which is quite a bit quicker than I think he went yesterday. It is, actually. I think nearly a second quicker. So Schumacher 3rd, and then Sainz in 4th, and then Leclerc 5th, Hamilton 6th, Perez 7th, and then Magnussen is up to P8. So let me just update that. And then it's Norris 9th, Ocon 10th, so only 10 times on the board so far. And yeah, Verstappen currently at the top on the soft compound tyres, 1:12.3, which is the quickest lap of the weekend so far already by Max Verstappen with his first run in practice 3. And we're now looking at, I think, Daniel Ricciardo, yep, it is, who is about to start on the medium compound tyre, a flying lap of his own, as Max Verstappen goes even quicker on the soft compound tyre, and don't know what his fastest lap there was. Don't know how much he improved by, but he has gone even quicker. I'll let you guys know in a moment. As Ricciardo, well, grip of the car looking great, and yeah, it's decided to back off on this lap. Verstappen improved his lap by just over 1/10 of a second, so he's currently quickest by 7/10 of a second to George Russell in the Mercedes, and he's on a 1:12.1 is Max Verstappen, which is nearly a second quicker than he went in practice 2. Pole position, by the way, should be a low 1:11 or a late 1:10 later in qualifying. That's what it should be. Just so you guys know. So keep that in mind when I read out the times. And yeah, Ricciardo's struggling quite a bit with the grip of his McLaren, fighting the car quite a bit through turn 2 and 3. And then here is a replay of Russell saying those pigeons are back on the apex of 7. Didn't quite see that. I must have just missed it. But you have to slow down there, I think, a bit. As Carlos Sainz now goes up to 2nd on a 1:12.9. Stroll goes 4th on a 1:12.9. Reminder, Ferrari, their best time from yesterday was a 1:12.4. The Ferrari not yet lapping at their absolute best speed that we saw yesterday. So Stroll up to 4th. And you've got now Sebastian Vettel in 8th place. Let's update that quick. And yeah, Vettel up to 8th. And then Perez 9th, Magnussen 10th, and then Norris 11th. Albon is 12th for Williams. And then Ocon 13th. Latifi is 14th. And then you've got Ricciardo 15th, but obviously he's done a very slow lap so far. Charles Leclerc, I can tell you, is on a improved lap. He's just coming into turn 10 towards the end of the middle sector now. And Ferrari car looking pretty decent through that corner. And let's see what he does for the middle sector. It's okay. 4.5 tenths off Verstappen. Obviously, he can go a lot quicker in this session, so that's why I say it's okay and not terrible. There's also Lewis Hamilton on an improved lap in the Mercedes as Charles Leclerc rounds the final corner. And Leclerc comes to the line and goes, P2, half a second off the pace. So Leclerc is about, 2 tenths away from his best time yesterday. So yeah, he's almost getting there. Obviously, we'll see much quicker times from the drivers towards the end of this session. As Lewis Hamilton comes to the line, goes third on a 112.8. As we now look at Alexander Albon, who's on an improved lap as well, currently in P12. And good run there through turn 13. Obviously flat with the DRS open in turn 14. And Albon comes to the line and stays actually in P12 on a 114 flat. And so Ricciardo is on another lap, but it doesn't look to be a very quick one, as I think he's backed off again as Ricciardo on this lap. So he will stay in P15. One team I forgot to mention in the build-up to this session, in terms of who to look out for, is, Aston Martin. Because we have seen this season that Aston Martin tend to be very quick in practice, or a lot quicker in practice, and then in qualifying completely shit the bed, which I am still expecting. But it'll be interesting to see whether they can consistently, as this session goes on, be in the top 10, because that might show a possible improvement of single lap pace. But again, I am still not going to get my hopes up for their performance in qualifying later, because again, we know just how bad they are over a single lap when it really matters. As Russell is on an improved, not an improved lap so far. His first sector is not an improvement on what he's done. And Mercedes car not looking great on this lap, looking a bit nervous, a bit twitchy. He does improve his middle sector though. And, he might improve his lap here, but it won't be by that much time, maybe a half a tenth or something like that. As Russell, thankfully, gets a slipstream through the final corner from his teammate Lewis Hamilton. And, does not improve his time. The first sector, lack of pace there, costing him an improved lap, as he did do a personal best middle and final sector. As there is Nick De Vries, the Mercedes reserve driver, in the garage. Obviously, De Vries did a practice session for Mercedes in France, where he did pretty well. He finished in the top 10 and was not that far off the pace of Russell in that session. So, not too bad there. And I think De Vries might be doing another practice session this season. I don't know that for sure, but I think he might be. We'll have to see. As Sergio Perez is on another flying lap. Didn't have the DRS open though. I'm not sure this is going to be a proper flying lap. And no, it looks as though he's on a bit more fuel this time. As Fernando Alonso does his first time of the day on the mediums. And goes P14. And Alpine, also one of those teams that do tend to sandbag in practice, because they know they've got a quick car anyway, so they don't need to go too mental in a practice session. Sergio Perez, he's quite clearly on a maybe not a full race run in terms of his fuel load, but he's definitely on quite a bit more fuel. In fact, actually, I think he is on like a 50-60 lap fuel load, because his lap times at the moment would indicate that that is the case. As Lewis Hamilton we're looking at is just coming to the end of an outlap. He's on the soft compound tyres. Let's see what Lewis Hamilton can do. Obviously, we're so close here to pole position. A year ago, only a few hundredths of a second, I think it was, compared to Max Verstappen, and could have won the race last year had he, had Verstappen just not been as great as he was in warding off him and what was, I think, a quicker Mercedes car that weekend. As Hamilton begins his next flying lap, and he passes a couple slow cars there, McLaren being one of them. And let's see what Hamilton's first sector is looking like. It is a personal best, but then he's balked by a car hovering on the inside of turn 7 nearly. That's not great, and then he has to let through a load of traffic. I think that car was Pierre Gasly, I think it was. As I see that Valtteri Bottas is up to 16th now, and Pierre Gasly up to P17. But yeah, not great, the position of that car compared to where Lewis Hamilton was. And Hamilton will have to go for another run in just a moment, as we're nearly halfway through the session. I've got to say, I know we talked about this at the Austrian Grand Prix a couple of months ago. The Verstappen fans maybe have a certain reputation, or at least the minority of Verstappen fans might have a certain reputation. But as Hamilton, yeah, clearly affected on that lap, just couldn't turn in as early to the corner as he would have wanted, and was a bit unsighted as well as to where that car was as he was approaching turn 7. Yeah, the Verstappen fans, or at least a minority of them, haven't garnered themselves a good reputation, but this track, in terms of the venue, looks a pretty good Grand Prix to go to. Obviously, it is next to the beach. The weather, I mean, last year was very nice. It is this year, and by the looks of it, there are some nice places to watch the Grand Prix from at this track. So maybe, if you are close enough to Zandvoort, maybe in the future, anyone watching, you might want to get yourselves to Zandvoort for a Dutch Grand Prix. I certainly wouldn't mind going to this Grand Prix, to be honest, because yeah, it looks a pretty good venue. As George Russell, I can tell you, is on another lap, but it's not an improvement. It's well, quite a bit slower than he's gone before. As Yuki Tsunoda goes 18th, Ricciardo now down to 19th, and Zhou in 20th. Oh no, Ricciardo has improved, but only to P16. But a reminder that the two McLarens are on the medium compound tyre. Fernando Alonso is up to 11th. As Russell, yeah, 3.3 seconds slower than his personal best on that occasion. Yeah, Alonso up to P11. As Lando Norris, I think, has just begun another lap, as he was on an out lap just then. We'll see what tyres he's on in a moment, as Valtteri Bottas goes up to P16. As Ferrari just giving the car of Carlos Sainz a bit of a wipe down and clean, as he's in the garage at the moment. Charles Leclerc, his teammate, is on track, doing a bit of a longer run. I don't think the teams were able to get that many longer runs in yesterday, so I think we might see a bit of that today. We might be seeing a bit of that right now, to be honest. In the speed trap at the moment, Sergio Perez the quickest, 200 miles an hour. Alonso 1 mile an hour slower. Leclerc and another mile an hour slower than Fernando. As Alonso Just coming to the end of his lap on another flying lap. He's not improved his first or second sector though, so this probably won't be an improvement, as he's currently on a 113.6 and he does a 114.6 on this occasion, so a second slower pretty much compared to his personal best. As we've got quite a lot of cars in the pits now, as we're now halfway through this session. There's Jack Doohan there in the Alpine garage, obviously doing pretty well in Formula 2. He won the, was it the feature race or the sprint race at Spa last weekend? And I think qualified second for the feature race on Sunday here at Zandvoort. So look out for him. Obviously the son of the motorbike great Mick Doohan. And you never know, he could be in a Formula 1 seat very soon. But yeah, halfway through the session, and we should, in the next 5 to 10 minutes, we should start to see a lot of them going a lot quicker than what we've seen so far. I mean, a lot of them already have gone a bit quicker than their best times in practice 2 from yesterday, but not everyone. There's been quite a few cars that are not quite pushing that hard at the moment, as Yuki Tsunoda goes from 19th up to 15th. There's yeah, both AlphaTauris at the moment on the medium tyre. And the medium tyre is going to be the tyre of choice tomorrow. There is no doubt about that. Like I said, I'll start this session. The 3 tyre compounds we have here, the C3, C2, C1, the 3 hardest compounds you could possibly bring. That means that the hard compound tyre is just simply going to be too hard and not have enough grip, and also be too tricky to fire up and warm up. So it's going to be really soft and medium tyres you're going to see for the rest of the weekend. And yeah, I think the medium tyre is going to get a lot of work in on Sunday. But today, it'll be pretty much just soft compound tyres. Yellow flag in Sector 3, now green. Maybe someone skipped over the resin gravel around turn 11, turn 12. And yeah, I think it might have been Daniel Ricciardo who they cut to now. Yeah, I didn't mention that in my preview, or my qualifying preview, but they've got a new gravel trap at turn 11, turn 12, where I think some of it is actual gravel, but some of it is actual, like, resin, and is actually, like, you know, stuck to the ground itself, but it gives off the same effect in terms of grip for the cars as gravel, but it doesn't actually, you know, kick stones onto the track. And yeah, I think Ricciardo might have had a trip to that part of the circuit, and yep, here we're going to see it. So he comes into turn 11 now and just locks up and goes across that gravel trap. Not a great session so far. Not really been able to get that many consistent laps in, but to be honest, I don't think Ricciardo at the moment is going to be in that good of a headspace after what's happened with McLaren, and given that he has been lied to by the team in terms of his status at the team. Obviously, we know now that he is going to be leaving and that Oscar Piastri is replacing him, but during the month of July, yeah, it's pretty clear that he was lied to. Like I said, I'll get into that later on in the build-up to qualifying, as Max Verstappen is back out on track and is on the soft compound tyre. So let's see. He's currently quickest on a 1 minute 12.1. Let's see how much quicker he can go with this lap. As he comes through turn 3 now. He's now already into turn 4, 5, 6. And now flying through turn 7. Not seeing any sector time data at the moment. And for some reason, they cut away to show Mercedes. I don't understand why. Because I don't think Lewis Hamilton here is actually on a quick run. Because I don't think he used the DRS down the pit straight. So I don't really understand why we're looking at Lewis Hamilton. Unless Max Verstappen is also doing a heavier fueled run. As Hamilton, I think, may have run a bit wide down the exit at turn 3. And yeah, I think this is a replay, pretty much an instant replay. And yeah, ran a bit too wide there. And oh, the floor being slightly damaged, possibly there. Not great. And yeah, I think slight, very, very slight damage there to the floor of the Mercedes. As they're showing Angela Lewis Hamilton's trainer. And some work going on in the Ferrari garage too. The Ferrari of, I think, Charles Leclerc. It is. As we're now looking at Pierre Gasly on an improved lap in the AlphaTauri. And Gasly didn't improve his first sector, but did improve his middle sector. Good to see, by the way, that Gasly had a good Grand Prix at Spa. I actually think Gasly's had a good last 2 or 3 races. In Hungary, he finished in 12th, I think, and then in France, he finished, I think, 12th or 13th. I think despite having a bit of contact in the French Grand Prix with, I think, Magnussen, I think it was. So Gasly is driving well at the minute. It's just this AlphaTauri car is not good enough. And obviously, there's not really much he can do about it, as it looks as though Gasly is off to Alpine for 2023. That is the rumour at the moment. As they're now showing the 2 Aston Martins in the garage. Aston Martin currently sat in P6 and P8 in this session. Here's a replay of Zhou Guanyu in turn 10. And him saying, did you see that in turn 10 fully drifting? And yeah, losing the rear end quite a bit, and then ran quite wide on the entry to turn 11 as well. So that Alfa Romeo really is not handling well here at Zandvoort. And currently, obviously, 18th and 20th, as here is Alexander Albon, currently in P13. And about to do, I think, an improved lap on the soft compound tyre. As I think Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton and George Russell, by the way, are on some long fuel runs. And some proper race runs, I guess you could say. So, yeah. We'll see what they can do later in the session, where I'm sure they'll, go for proper lap times towards the end of practice 3. Only 23 minutes to go. There is Jamie Chadwick in the Williams garage. Obviously the leader of the W Series Championship. I'm pretty sure she is. And she is a development driver, of course, at Williams. And let's see what Alex Albon's going to do with this lap, and whether it's going to be actually a proper quick lap here. Well, we're not going to know because Sky F1 have gone to an ad break. So keep your comments, guys, coming in the chat, and I'll get to your comments in just a moment. Just going to quickly check Twitter to see what is going on in terms of news. In terms of, obviously, F1. And can't see anything really at the moment. So, yeah. Nothing at the moment that I can see in regards to any news. So I'll read out your comments in the chat. Let me try and find some good ones here whilst we have this ad break. Triban, by the way, hello to you all. Good to see so many of you here already, as we're not even over and done with the practice 3. Triban says, is the floor designed for venues like Marina Bay? Because Red Bull did mention they would be running new upgrades to probably accompany the new floor in Singapore. Don't quite know what you mean by what you say. I think you might have to clarify what you mean there in terms of when you say, is the floor designed for venues like Marina Bay? What do you mean? Do you mean in terms of just the Red Bull team or all of the teams? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Forrester Cat says, cheers for doing these streams. No problem. Great to have you here. Eric says, I wonder if it was a few bad fans making the crowd look bad. I'm not Dutch, but I did live there and they seemed very nice people there. Like how English also have looked bad too at football matches. Yeah. I think it is pretty much all the time just a minority of dickheads, really, that make the vast majority look bad. Like, for example, with England, like you say, at the Euro 2021 final, when England played Italy, it was a small minority of fans that were being just absolute, again, dickheads, trashing the streets with litter and just being drunken idiots for like 10, 12 hours straight, breaking into the stadium when they didn't have a ticket, ganging up on Italian fans outside the stadium after the match. I mean, it was quite a few England fans, but again, compared to the majority or to the entirety of the England fan base, it wasn't, the majority. That's what I'm trying to say. And yeah, but the stories we heard about Verstappen fans from the Austrian Grand Prix, I don't think the majority, one, would condone that type of behaviour. And secondly, I don't think the majority of Verstappen fans are quite that bad, where we were hearing accusations of, catcalling, insulting comments. I think, was there an accusation of sexual assault as well? I can't remember exactly, but there was quite a bit of accusations coming out of that Grand Prix. But I think the majority of Verstappen fans are fine. You're always going to get a minority of idiots at every big venue where there's lots of, thousands of people. That's always going to happen. As Alex Albon, by the way, as we've come back from the ad break, Alex Albon has gone third. Carlos Sainz has gone quickest now by 0.2 of a second onto a 1:11.9, the quickest lap of the weekend so far. And that is about half a second quicker than Ferrari went yesterday. So now we are starting to see some proper quick times, as Alex Albon was in P3, now he's in P4. Let me just make sure the rest of the order is correct. Latifi is up to P12 now in the second Williams. And then it's Alonso 13th, Norris 14th, and then Ocon, Gasly, Tsunoda, Bottas, Ricciardo, Zhou for the rest of the field. As we've now got two Aston Martins on an outlap on fresh, soft tyres. So we'll see what they can do. Obviously, P7 and P9 at the moment. But, yeah, it's just a minority at the end of the day. Let me see if we'll find some of the comments here quick. Ken Wallace says, that's some Dutch fans behave badly. Let's bring up England. The Dutch have violent football fans, especially when they play Germany, mate. I mean, yeah, every country has those type of people. It's not just limited to certain countries, but again, whenever you get, at least 10,000 people, you're always going to get a minority of idiots. Even less than that, if you get 2,000 or 3,000 people, you're going to get a minority of idiots who just act like complete, arseholes. Anyway, let's get into these two Aston Martins, because Sebastian Vettel has just set a purple first sector. Where has that come from? From the 4 times world champion, as Lance Stroll not improved as Stroll on his middle sector, his personal best middle sector, but he's not on a bad lap so far. Sebastian Vettel, now he's done the middle sector, only 3.5 tenths off the pace compared to Carlos Sainz. We'll see how he finishes his lap, as here comes Lance Stroll to the line, and Stroll goes P4 on a 1:12.7. Here comes Sebastian Vettel, who goes third. Good lap for Seb. And he's only half a second down on Carlos Sainz. So, impressive pace there from Aston Martin. But again, who knows whether it will be absolutely the pace they have later in qualifying. As I've noticed that on Sky F1, Stefano Domenicali, the boss of F1, has joined David Croft and Karun Chandhok in the commentary box. Hopefully they don't cut away from the actual action on track because I couldn't really give a fuck what Stefano has to say, to be honest, unless it's a revelation that we're actually interested in hearing. As Charles Leclerc, very quick through turn 3 there on his flying lap. And yeah, this Ferrari looking very good in this first sector. What's his first sector like? It's about a 10th quicker than Carlos Sainz. And God, that Ferrari through turn 8 and 9, or turn 8, sorry, looking very quick as he now comes through turn 9, now into turn 10. And yeah, this Ferrari looking very good handling-wise around the Zandvoort circuit. As Leclerc now quarter of a second quicker after the first 2 sectors compared to Carlos Sainz. Russell also on an improved lap. As Leclerc now rounds the final proper corner. Now through the banked final proper, or the final corner. I should get that right next time. As Charles Leclerc comes to the line and goes 3.5 tenths pretty much quicker than Carlos Sainz. And is quickest on a 1:11.6. That is a very quick time from Charles Leclerc. That's 5.5 tenths quicker than Max Verstappen. So that, I think, right there is a proper show of, yeah, Ferrari have got the pace today to get pole position. There is no doubt about that. Here comes Russell to the line. Russell goes second, also on a 1:11.6. That is a very interesting time. As now we're looking at, I think Carlos Sainz, he might be on maybe a warm-up lap, another warm-up lap, I'm not quite sure. As Zhou, 1U, I've just noticed, is up to P11 in the Alfa Romeo. As also, Fernando Alonso is now into the top 10. Alonso is now 5th. He's gone ahead of the 2 Aston Martins, so good pace there from Fernando. As Carlos Sainz comes into the pits. Here is Lewis Hamilton. Hopefully doesn't get blocked on his lap, and we'll see how quick he can be. First sector not great, 10.5 down on Leclerc, but it's good enough. And now he comes into the middle sector. And he's currently sat Lewis Hamilton in P9. As Norris, Ocon, Gasly, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, by the way, on an outlap, probably on the soft compound tyre, given we have only 13 minutes to go in practice 3. Hamilton now about 4 tenths off the pace of Leclerc through the first 2 sectors. I've got to say, Russell in the final sector was incredible. He was, I think, almost 3 tenths quicker than Leclerc in the final sector alone. The Mercedes very quick through that sector. What can Hamilton do? Not that quick, I've got to say, through the final sector. Goes P4, but is half a second down on Charles Leclerc. And is about 4 tenths slower than his teammate, George Russell. So there is quite a bit of time there on the table that Lewis Hamilton can take for himself. And Max Verstappen, by the way, is in the pits. So is Sergio Perez. Here's Lando Norris on a flying lap. Not a great first sector. But to be honest, that is their weakest sector on the track. Or it should be, theoretically. Because that's where straight line speed is most important. That's their biggest weakness. And now Norris is through turn 10. Now coming up to the middle sector point. How is he doing? Decent for middle sector, I've got to say. Pretty much on the pace with Mercedes, I think, in the middle sector. And he's 7.5, almost 8 tenths of a second down on Leclerc so far on this lap. So this lap will probably put Lando in 7th or 8th as he comes around the final corner now and to the line. And Lando Norris goes P8. Not a great lap, I've got to say, for Lando there. Given that yesterday he was by far the quickest out of the midfield runners, as Daniel Ricciardo goes 12th for McLaren. So yeah, not great there from McLaren. And we'll wait to see what Ocon, Gasly, Tsunoda can do on there. I think flying laps in a moment. Tsunoda goes P12 in the Alpha Tauri. Pierre Gasly goes P14. And Ocon, we'll see in a moment. Charles Leclerc still pushing on in the Ferrari. Not sure if he's on another flying lap as Esteban Ocon goes P11 in the Alpine. So not too bad so far for Alpine. Alonso 6th, Ocon in 11th. And here is Max Verstappen, I believe, coming into turn 1 now on a flying lap. And it is Max Verstappen. Let's see, with what is probably going to be one of his final runs before qualifying, does Max Verstappen and Red Bull have the pace to fight for pole position later? Well, not when moments like that on the exit turn 3. Losing the rear end massively and very lucky not to have a spin there. But still, despite that, is quicker than Leclerc in the first sector. It wasn't a purple first sector by any means, but he was quicker somehow. He does, though, understeer quite a bit in turn 9 and a bit in turn 10 as well, I have to say. Sergio Perez, just ahead of him, is on a much improved lap as well. Only quarter of a second down on Leclerc after 2 sectors. So is Max Verstappen. As Sergio Perez now comes through the final corner, currently in 16th or 17th. Let's see where he goes. Perez goes 5th, 5.5 tenths down. That is, well, not great. Verstappen goes 3rd, 2 tenths of a second slower, but there is a lot more time on the board there. Lost the rear end big time on the exit of turn 3 and understeered quite a bit through turn 9 and 10. So he's got the pace, Max. He's got the pace. He just needs to nail a lap, and I reckon he'll be P1 probably in this session. You never know what he could do in qualifying later. But yeah, he probably was missing about half a second at least on that lap, given the loss of rear end at turn 3 and the understeer he had as well. But I'll just update that Perez is in P5 as well. And let me see what the rest of the order is once I cut back from this replay. As Perez actually down to P6 now because who has gone up the order? Lewis Hamilton has gone up the order. He's now P5 is Lewis Hamilton. And then the rest of the top 10, Perez, Alonso, Vettel, Norris, and Stroll. And then Albon, Ocon, Schumacher, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, 15th. And then Gasly, Zhou, Magnussen, Latifi, Bottas. Bottas, by the way, the only man still yet to do a flying lap on the soft compound tyre. He's about to do that, I believe, as Lewis Hamilton on another flying lap. But he's not improving his first or middle sector, so this will not be an improved time for Lewis Hamilton. Comes to the line and doesn't even open DRS, and yeah, it does a 113.6. Yeah, 113.6 does Lewis Hamilton, who again has quite a bit of pace to find because he's 4.5 or how much time is he losing to Russell? Yeah, about 4 tenths of a second to Russell, who is almost P1 in this session. And if this is, close to what the pace is going to be in qualifying, which I think we are pretty close to the real pace we're going to see in qualifying, because I predicted that pole would be either a low 1 minute 11 or a late 1 minute 10. Looks as though, guys, we've got a 3-way fight for pole position between Ferrari, Red Bull, and Mercedes. So it is going to be an incredibly exciting qualifying session later, as Kevin Magnussen does a flying lap on the soft compound tyre and goes P10, but that is immediately beaten by Mick Schumacher, who goes up to P9, as Esteban Ocon, I think, might be be on an improved lap. Pierre Gasly is 1.1 seconds down after the first 2 sectors. on Charles Leclerc, of course, the quickest man on a 1:11.6 as Ocon comes to the line, doesn't improve his lap time, I don't believe. 1:13.0 that lap time was. Here comes Pierre Gasly, and Gasly goes 15th. Not great pace, really, at the moment from AlphaTauri. So we're into the, final 5.5 minutes. And don't worry, guys, we've got plenty coming your way in terms of content today. In about 5 minutes, once the session finishes, I will get into my 2-hour build-up to qualifying. We're going to get into the Oscar Piastri saga as the main topic of the build-up to qualifying, and also a couple other things as well. We'll get into an onboard lap of the track and what it takes to have a good lap here, and I'll get into, the teams quickly before the conclusion, or before the beginning, of qualifying, to look at just how the teams are looking final time going into qualifying itself. Then, in about, 2 hours from now, qualifying will begin. So I will be doing, of course, a watch along for that. So yeah, plenty coming your way, and I'll be doing probably a half an hour or hour or so reaction after the session finishes. So plenty coming your way. And if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying, practice 3, and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022. And for everyone watching right now, if you have not already, don't forget to smash the like button and share this video and channel everywhere you can. I've got to say, I just updated that Valtteri Bottas went up to 18th. Alfa Romeo, why are they so bad this weekend? I thought they wouldn't be this bad. 18th and 19th. And they've both done a soft tyre run. So, yeah. Alfa Romeo just completely fallen off a cliff in terms of pace, as Sergio Perez is on an improved lap here and comes to the line and doesn't improve his lap, unfortunately, as Max Verstappen, it shows just in a purple final sector, but we're not seeing Max Verstappen on, we're not seeing him on a lap right now. And no, actually, Verstappen did improve his lap by, I think, half a tenth. I still think there is quite a bit more time there on the board for Max. So, yeah, don't count out the home driver Max Verstappen, because I think there's quite a bit more time there for him to grab, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes. And here is Verstappen on the exit at turn 3. Runs slightly wider than you would ideally want onto the curb, but can't really see that as a big mistake. Probably lost a slight bit of time there doing that, but, you know, it's only probably a few hundredths of a second. As Verstappen now comes into the pit, so that's him done for this session. As Ferrari send out one of their cars. And yeah, we're into the final couple of minutes here. Most likely the order will finish as it is, and I'll just read out what the top 10 is quick. In case anyone improves their lap, it is Leclerc, Russell, Verstappen, Sainz, Hamilton, Perez, Alonso, Vettel, Schumacher, and Norris. Of course, once the session finishes, I will read out the final finishing order of practice 3. As we're now looking at Yuki Tsunoda in the final 2 minutes, who is on a flying lap. And he's probably going to go, I don't know, a tenth or so quicker than his personal best, but it's not going to be anything that special, really, as AlphaTauri don't seem to have that quick of a car here at Zandvoort, which is not really that big of a surprise. Tsunoda comes to the line and doesn't improve his lap and stays in P16. And yeah, if AlphaTauri got both cars into Q2, that'd be pretty much a good job for them, because they just don't have that quick of a car, unfortunately, as Leclerc comes out to track as well. And the only reason they're coming out to track is not because they want to do a flying lap, it's because they want to do a practice start on the grid, which thankfully the FIA are allowing the teams to do. As Oh no, Carlos Sainz I think is on a flying lap here, is he? We'll see. He has crossed the line before the checkered flag has come out, so maybe this is Carlos's final attempt at a quick lap. We'll be able to see from his first sector whether it's good enough, and no, it's not. He's miles off. So clearly has a bit more fuel on board than you would want for a proper quali sim run. As he comes through his lap now. And yeah, it doesn't appear from what I can see at the moment that anyone else is really improving. And so Max Verstappen in the pits at the moment. Looks as though he's going to stay in the pits. There's Carlos Sainz here. Almost made contact there with Sergio Perez. He was just hovering there really through the apex of turn 9. Or turn 11 there, sorry. And Sainz had to go round the outside of him and almost had a collision there. Thankfully, Perez got out of the way as Sainz completes his final lap. And that is, guys, practice 3 over and done with. Let's see them all across the line. Make sure that there is no more improvements that I need to cover. And here's a replay of Sainz into turn 11. And yeah, for Perez, I think probably, as Sainz says, I don't know what Perez is doing. I think Perez initially looked as though he was going to move over, but then pulled back onto the racing line. Maybe looked in his mirrors and thought that it'd be fine if he just pulled onto the racing line again, because they looked a bit far back maybe in his mirrors. There's Gasly here. Oh, that was lucky that he didn't have a bigger crash there, Gasly. Into turn 9. Understeers massively, goes onto the grass and smashes the polystyrene 150 meter board on the exit of turn 9. And there's a bit of polystyrene, of that polystyrene board, I think, stuck in his barge board area. Not good there for Gasly. As yeah, not a great session for Alpha Tauri. But guys, that is practice 3 over and done with. And let me just quickly read out the final finishing order before we get into the build-up to qualifying in the next 2 hours or so. So your final finishing order: Charles Leclerc P1, George Russell P2, Max Verstappen P3. And I think that proves right there that we will have a 3-way fight today for pole position. And then the rest of the top 10: Carlos Sainz, Lewis Hamilton, Sergio Perez, Fernando Alonso, Sebastian Vettel, Mick Schumacher, and Lando Norris. And then the rest of the order: Kevin Magnussen, Lance Stroll, Alex Albon, Esteban Ocon, Pierre Gasly, Yuki Tsunoda, Daniel Ricciardo, Valtteri Bottas, Zhou Guanyu, and Nicholas Latifi. That is your final finishing order of practice 3. And I will now get rid of this stuff and get this back on screen. And also get the timer countdown back on the screen as well. Let me just get the text sorted out and then I'll get it back on screen. And I am going to quickly in a minute post a link back out for the stream. So just give me a couple minutes here, guys, before we get into the build up. And we have about how long do we have left? I think about an hour and 56 minutes to go, I think it is. And there you go. So that's how long we have left until qualifying begins at Zandvoort. But let me just quickly cheers for that, Rook, by the way, reminded me to rename and repost the stream. Cheers for that. Let me just do that now, and I'll quickly post the link back out. So there you go, and I'll just post a link out on my community tab and on Twitter as well, and then we'll get into the build up to qualifying. Keep your comments coming in the chat, guys, about what just happened there in practice 3, and also what was I going to say? Let me know what you think is going to happen in qualifying in terms of the fight for pole position. Who do you think will get pole position today? Let me know in the live chat. Give me your man for pole position. And if you want, give me your top 5 prediction for qualifying today. Let me just post this out quick. Qualifying. And also, I'll just quickly get this posted on Twitter as well. But yeah, keep your comments coming, guys, in regards to qualifying coming up. Will it be Verstappen on pole position? Will it be Charles Leclerc? Or, Carlos Sainz maybe? You never know. Or will Mercedes get their second pole position of the season? And will George Russell get his second pole position in the last 3 races? Let me know in the chat. Come join us here for build up to qualifying at the Dutch Grand Prix. And I'll just quickly do a few hashtags. Then we will properly get into it. See if we can do one final one. And there you go. So that's all posted out. And yeah, qualifying beginning, as you can see on your screen, guys, in 1 hour and 53 minutes from now. That's an approximate, that's not the absolute exact time, but it is about 1 hour and 53 minutes from now. But what I'm going to get into is a couple topics in this build-up. The main topic, firstly, though, is going to be the Oscar Piastri Alpine saga. Now, we have heard in the last day or so that Oscar Piastri is now officially confirmed by the FIA Contract Recognition Board that he will be racing for McLaren in 2023. There has been an update as to this story this morning from a exclusive interview that F1.com did with Oscar Piastri as to just how this situation played out in June and July of this year, and how Piastri came to the decision to leave Alpine. And also he went into the awkward simulator encounter that he had with Otmar Safnauer, where Otmar told him in front of others, I believe, that he was going to be in the Alpine for 2023. We'll get into that as well. But firstly, what I'm going to get into is I'm going to show a video that I did a couple of weeks ago. I think it was a week and a half ago, actually, it was, on the channel, where I did a recapping of the Oscar Piastri Alpine, Alonso, Ricciardo, McLaren, whatever you want to call it, saga. And yeah, did a recap of it, and I explained just who was to blame and who was at fault for this messy situation happening. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play that first, and then we're going to get into the what's happened since then. But firstly, before I do that, I'm going to hide the countdown timer because I won't be able to show it on screen anyway whilst this this clip plays. So I will show it again on screen once I get through what I am going to get on about, with this stream. So yeah, I'll hide that quickly now, and I'm just going to quickly play the clip, guys, just so you guys can let me know if you can hear it or not. So let me just play it now. The big story, guys, over the summer break has been the Oscar Piastri. And let me know quickly, guys, did you hear that? Were you able to hear that? Let me know in the chat. Just say yes if you did, and then I'll play it. And then have a quick break myself before we get into the rest of this stream. Hello, by the way, to McLaren from Race. Good to see you in chat. Triban says, Alpine got betrayed. I hope Alpine get revenge on McLaren. Miss Marquis says yes. Right, that is good. So I'm going to play this clip that I did about a week and a half ago. Just a reminder of a couple of things before I play it. It is about 23.5 minutes long. So I will be back live on stream in about 23.5 minutes. Obviously, the stream will still be live, but this will be keeping you guys going whilst I have a quick break. So yeah, 23.5 minutes the clip is. And just to say, before we get into the clip, just want you guys to remember this clip that I recorded, that I did a part of a stream about a week and a half ago. This was recorded before Daniel Ricciardo was announced to be leaving McLaren for 2023 and Oscar Piastri was announced to be joining McLaren for 2023. So please do remember that when watching this clip. And this is basically, this clip, a summary of what happened during the summer break or up until the beginning of the Belgian Grand Prix weekend. So I'll leave you guys with that clip and I'll join you guys on the other side of it. The big story, guys, over the summer break has been the Oscar Piastri McLaren and Alpine saga. And in this video, what we're going to get into is just how the saga happened, what has happened so far in the summer break. Look at who is to blame, I guess you could say, for how this has all happened, and maybe from Alpine's side, but also look at just where this situation is headed for the future and how I think it will all play out eventually. So, coming into the summer break, it was assumed that Alpine were going to remain with the same lineup for 2023 that they've obviously had for this year for 2022, even though they had Oscar Piastri on their books. And the reason that is because Alpine this season have been very competitive. Their car's been good, but I wouldn't say it's been as great, though, or the biggest reason as to why they're fourth currently in the Constructors' Championship. I think the main reason is the two drivers, Esteban Ocon and Fernando Alonso, performing at such a high level and really being, you know, so consistent with their points finishes. A lot of the times, both Alpines in the points and outscoring and helping, you know, the team outscore McLaren, their main rivals, for that fourth place. So it was assumed that for next year it would be Alonso and Ocon at Alpine. And I think we were all right in expecting that, because if Alonso wanted to stay, why would you possibly change this lineup when it is working so well for you? Well, right after the race in Hungary a few weeks ago, everything got very, very dramatic. Because Fernando Alonso, who, again, we were expecting to stay at the Alpine team for 2023, all of a sudden decided that he was not going to stay for the Alpine team. And it came out literally the morning after the Hungarian Grand Prix that Fernando Alonso was joining Aston Martin in 2023 to replace Sebastian Vettel, who, of course, is retiring at the end of this season. Nobody saw this coming at all. I think there might have been the slight rumour about Alonso and Aston Martin, but it was never heavily rumoured or even mildly rumoured that this was going to happen. So it was a massive surprise straight away that Alonso had signed up for Aston Martin for 2021. So, naturally, you would expect that Alpine would make the simple decision to go with Oscar Piastri to replace Fernando Alonso, because he was, you know, ready and waiting to be in the Alpine team. And they did announce, did Alpine, that Oscar Piastri would be racing for them in 2023. I believe this was the following day after Fernando Alonso's announcement that he was going to Aston Martin. And at this point, I think everyone assumed that this was now over. But then, in a absolutely mental turn of events, Oscar Piastri then announced on Twitter that he will not be racing for Alpine in 2023 and that he would be racing elsewhere. Again, something that nobody saw coming at all. when this tweet, by the way, came out, I think, an hour or two after the announcement from Alpine that he would be racing for them in 2023. So let's get into what Piastri actually had to say on his Twitter. He said, quote, "I understand that without my agreement, Alpine F1 have put out a press release late this afternoon that I am driving for them next year. This is wrong and I have not signed a contract with Alpine for 2023. I will not be driving for Alpine next year." This was an absolute bombshell that Oscar Piastri dropped. And you can go and view the tweet for yourself on Twitter. It has like hundreds of thousands of likes, and it's just has absolutely massive engagement on it. It's one of the craziest things we've seen when it comes to the driver market, especially in the age of social media. It was just a massively unexpected event, and it was now putting the driver market in such a weird place, because now that Oscar Piastri denied that he wasn't going to be driving for Alpine for next year, it now meant, according to rumours, that Oscar Piastri would be racing instead next year for the McLaren team in 2023 and racing quite probably replacing not Lando Norris, Daniel Ricciardo at the team, who of course has performed poorly over the last couple years for that team. Now, let me just get into quickly why Oscar Piastri said this, in terms of that he will not be racing for Alpine in 2023. Now, the rumour is that Oscar Piastri's contract, and I'll just try and get this up on screen if I can, and the reason I'm showing Fernando Alonso is because he was one, really, who started this whole craziness off. So, Oscar Piastri, it is rumoured, this is not confirmed, by the way, this is just a rumour at the moment, but it is rumoured that the deadline for Alpine signing Piastri to a race contract for 2023 may have been on the 31st of July. The 31st of July was the race day in Hungary, and of course Fernando Alonso announced he was racing for Aston Martin on the 1st of August. So, Fernando Alonso's move came at just the absolute worst time for the Alpine team, because now, if this is true, that Piastri had a contract, or that deadline was in place, that if it went past the 31st of July, that he could negotiate with different teams, such as McLaren, maybe even Williams, who has been rumoured as well as possibly hiring Piastri for their team, then it put Alpine, and puts possibly Alpine, in such a bad position, because that means, what it meant was that their entire plans of a driver lineup just completely imploded in essentially 24 hours. And Piastri, from his point of view, because, again, if this is true, that the deadline for him signing a race contract for Alpine, a valid one, for 2023, the deadline for that was the 31st of July. Once that passed, if that is true, it was then rumoured, heavily rumoured, and had some good sources to go with it as well, that he would be replacing at the team Daniel Ricciardo. This was pretty much going around in the media a couple days after Piastri spectacularly announced on Twitter that he would not be racing for Alpine in 2023. And here is the story itself. A source, I think, told ESPN that Daniel Ricciardo was told, I think, during the Hungarian Grand Prix weekend by Andreas Seidel, who, of course, is the McLaren F1 team boss, that he would not be racing for them next year, and that they would be that he would be replaced by Oscar Piastri, and that they would try and buy out, basically. Maybe not buy out. Is buy out his contract the right term? Or they would basically pay him off to make sure that he does not race for them next year. And the rumor is that Daniel Ricciardo is wanting $21 million for McLaren, to spend $21 million to ensure that he doesn't race for them next year. Now, we have seen this happen in the past. Kimi Räikkönen, I think, was paid $15 million in 2010 not to race for them in that year, because back then, Kimi did actually have a contract for 2010, but Ferrari wanted Alonso and got Alonso instead to replace Räikkönen, so they paid off Kimi so they could have Fernando Alonso and Felipe Massa as their driver lineup. So, in terms of is Piastri going to McLaren, it's still kind of up in the air at the moment when it comes to this, because McLaren, I mean, if they could find the money to pay off Ricciardo, then maybe, they can get that done. But if they can't, then it puts Piastri in a very, very difficult position, and quite possibly means that Oscar Piastri, despite all of this craziness, might not actually be on the grid next year. That is definitely a possibility. Another possibility, though, with Oscar is that he might still race for Alpine next year. The reason that is because, and I'll get to it now if I can, is because Alpine, I think, are going to the contract recognition board in the UK to try and to prove that, that the contract that Alpine had with Oscar Piastri is absolutely correct and that he will be racing for them next year. We did see this in terms of Formula One. We did see this back in 2004 when Jenson Button announced he was moving to Williams BMW for 2005, but then BAR went to the contract recognition board, I think it was, and then got that overturned, and then he stayed at BAR, even though there was a couple years after where he was still heavily rumoured to be going to Williams, but eventually stayed at that team, and eventually, of course, that was a great decision for him because he ended up winning the World Championship with what eventually became the Brawn team. But, with this, thing in the top left that you can see here, Otmar Safnauer said that he is 90% certain that Alpine's contractual saga with Oscar Piastri will head to the High Court, because if he is not with the team next season, they will want compensation. So basically, from Oscar Piastri's point of view, in terms of Alpine, if the contract recognition board, if they rule in Alpine's favour that, the contract is absolutely, fine from Alpine's side and that Piastri has to fulfill, I guess, the obligations of the contract and race for Alpine in 2023, then it won't go to the High Court. But Otmar Safnauer says he's 90% sure because they want, if he doesn't race with them next year, as he said, they want compensation. Because remember, they have been funding quite heavily his career in the last, I think, 2.5, 3 years of Alpine. So this will end inevitably between Alpine and Oscar Piastri in court, which is a shame, of course. You don't want to see these things end in court, but that's just the way things happen. But I think I've covered basically there, in as best a way, hopefully, as I could, just how this saga has happened. So Piastri, again, in recap, Piastri was announced to be going to Alpine to replace Fernando Alonso, who's now going to Aston Martin, but Piastri said that he isn't, and he won't be racing for them next year. And maybe that July 31st deadline is the reason why, because after that date, he can go and negotiate with any team other than Alpine. And if that is true, then if McLaren can, pay Daniel Ricciardo enough money to not race for them next season, then Piastri, by the looks of it, will be racing for McLaren next season, but he will probably still be going to court with Alpine over compensation and, just Alpine trying to recover the money they invested into Oscar Piastri. And obviously from Alonso's point of view, yeah, he's off to Aston Martin, and Ricciardo hopefully will still be on the grid next year. There is lots of rumours that he could be going the other way to Alpine. We'll see if that is true. But what I want to quickly get into with this situation is who is to blame in terms of what has happened here. Let's quickly get into that. So, in my view, the person to blame, and I know people have made lots of memes about it, and it has been funny, by the way, I'm not going to deny it has been funny. The person to blame for this whole saga, and the reason I don't actually feel, my opinion of Alpine is not that bad coming out of this situation, is because Fernando Alonso, at the end of the day, if what we've heard is correct, that Alpine had no indication that Fernando Alonso wanted to leave them to go to Aston Martin, and he basically told them a pack of lies, then I don't honestly understand what Alpine could have done. If they think Fernando Alonso is going to stay, but then suddenly decides to leave, and then let's say that July 31st deadline with Piastri's contract is true, and then Piastri after that date can start negotiating with other teams, then instead of, saying that Alpine, have got this massively wrong, it seems to me more so that they've been screwed over in this situation. Because the thing is, with Alonso, if he doesn't want to stay at Alpine, that's fine. You don't have to stay anywhere that you don't want to be. But could he have at least told Alpine that he was going to Aston Martin? Could he have not at least done that? Because to be honest, that is a pretty shitty thing to do from Fernando. And yeah, it is funny. It is funny that he did that and basically just dropped a bomb and left Alpine to rot in a meme kind of way. But from a serious point of view, I think Fernando Alonso has acted in a very shitty way here, because he's essentially bullshitted his team, or, the people employing him, and now he's off with another company, another F1 team, and now Alpine are in a absolutely terrible situation in terms of their driver lineup for next year, where they're going to have to be now probably scrambling for drivers for 2023. And I've got to say, looking at this situation, I mean, I've done a video in the past about Fernando Alonso and his antics when it comes to dealing with certain teams in the past, but there's good reason, put it this way, there's good reason as to why Fernando isn't exactly liked by a lot of teams out there, and this is a clear case of that. Alpine have not screwed him over. They didn't. It's not like they gave him a car that was, nowhere near as good as they promised. He knew when he went to Alpine that Alpine would be a midfield team. So let's not pretend like it's a situation like McLaren Honda from a few years ago. He knew what he was getting into. Alpine have offered him exactly what he was expecting. They haven't screwed him over, but Alonso has just decided, fuck it, and to stab them in the back, which I think, if I was looking at this from Alpine's point of view, I would feel very betrayed by what Fernando has done, and I think they're right to feel that. Again, Fernando did not have to stay at Alpine, but if you're going to leave, just be honest and say, I've signed a contract with Aston Martin, I'm going to be leaving, instead of doing what he did, which was, for me, from a serious point of view, just completely uncalled for. And as to, this Alpine situation where they're going to be scrambling for drivers, Fernando Alonso has absolutely caused this, and he, I guess you could say, is at fault for this happening. I would not say Alpine is necessarily at fault for this happening, because if that July 31st deadline, like I've been saying, a million times, is true with Oscar Piastri, then really, what could they have done? I mean, Fernando, with Fernando lying to them and saying, or not giving any indication that he wanted to leave, what could Alpine have realistically done if that July 31st deadline is actually true? So Fernando Alonso has absolutely caused this to happen. And if I was Alpine, I would feel very, again, betrayed by what Fernando has done. But what is going to happen now with this situation going forward? How is this all going to end up and shake out? Well, obviously, Alonso's going to Aston Martin. That's already settled. With Oscar Piastri, what I think will happen is I think McLaren will pay Ricciardo the money if that is the amount of money that he wants. I think eventually they will pay him the money. Maybe not immediately, say the next month or so, or maybe they won't pay him now, but they won't be able to guarantee it now. Maybe in a few months they'll be able to say, we've got the money that we can pay you off now. But I think they will eventually, before the end of the year, be able to accumulate that money so they can pay Daniel Ricciardo that sum to not race for them next year. Meaning that Oscar Piastri, I think, will race for McLaren in 2023. And it will be exciting to see Oscar at McLaren and to see against Lando Norris, just how good he is. Obviously, F2 champion in 2021. There's a lot of hype surrounding him, so it'll be great to see just how great he can be in Formula 1. But in terms of Daniel Ricciardo, where will he end up? It does depend on when McLaren kind of settle the situation with Ricciardo, in terms of, like I said a moment ago, when they're able to say to him, we'll be able to pay you off and lay out essentially the plan. Because if McLaren can guarantee that they will pay him off for next year to not race for them, the sooner they do that, the better chance Ricciardo has of going to a team like Alpine. But if it drags on, this situation, until the end of the year, then the chances of him going from McLaren to Alpine, of course he used to race for Alpine / Renault at the time, those chances become a lot lower because Alpine are not going to just wait for Daniel Ricciardo to maybe get paid off by McLaren in the next few months. Alpine are going to want to probably confirm their driver lineup for next season in the next couple of months. So, again, the longer this situation goes on, the less it favours Daniel Ricciardo, unless somehow he races for McLaren next year. But honestly, I don't see how he will. I just don't see how that is going to happen, given everything that has happened in the last 2 or 3 weeks or so. And, this year with Ricciardo at McLaren. But if he gets the situation sorted in the next couple of months, with the whole being paid off, then I think he will go to the Alpine team. And I think Alpine would be very stupid not to take Daniel Ricciardo back, because they need to try and replace Fernando Alonso with the best driver possible they can find. And looking at who's available, you'd have to say Daniel Ricciardo is probably the only one that could go for that is closest to Fernando Alonso. But if it does drag on and he can't go to Alpine, the only other teams I could see him going to is maybe Haas F1, if Mick Schumacher, who there are rumours that he might be going to Alpine, maybe Haas F1, replacing Mick, that would be a decent move. But from Ricciardo's point of view, he does need to get this sorted, because if he doesn't, then he could, and there is definitely a chance, not a great chance, probably only a 15-20% chance, that Daniel Ricciardo will not be on the grid next year in Formula 1. But guys, that is the Oscar Piastri McLaren Alpine saga so far. Let me know in the comments section, do you agree or disagree with what I had to say? Right, I think, as I am now back, guys, I think that was the entire clip that played. I don't know if that final bit there was the very end of the video, but I think you can pretty much get the gist of what I was saying. I know that clip at the very end there that I just cut away from was the first clip in the video, so I'm not sure if that was the very end or the beginning. But like I said, you can pretty much get the gist of what I was trying to say. And yeah, that was basically my recap of the situation, the Alpine saga, up until the Belgian Grand Prix, or the end of the summer break, had come about 9 days ago at Spa. Obviously, there has been quite a bit that has happened since. So, about a day after that video that came out, Daniel Ricciardo was announced that he was leaving McLaren. And then it was announced yesterday that Oscar Piastri would be replacing him at McLaren. And this is, I'll get into this quick. This is the quote from the racefans.net article about how it was settled by the FIA's contract recognition board as to Oscar Piastri's claim to a McLaren seat for 2023. So it says, quote, a tribunal appointed by the CRB met on the Belgian Grand Prix to discuss the two teams' claim to the driver. The tribunal, quote, issued a unanimous decision that the only contract to be recognised by the board is the contract between McLaren Racing Limited and Mr. Piastri, dated the 4th of July, 2022. And then it goes on to say, quote, McLaren announced Piastri has joined them on a multi-year deal beginning next year following his departure from Alpine. The CRB acknowledged Piastri is, quote, entitled to drive for McLaren Racing Limited for the 2023 and 2024 season. So it's a 2-year contract for Piastri that he's going to be driving for the McLaren team. Now, since then, because I did cover this a bit, obviously, last night on stream, there's been a further update to this story because, again, Oscar Piastri did an exclusive interview with F1.com that came out this morning, about 9 o'clock in the morning, I think it was, that it came out. And there's been some interesting takeaways from the article, and I've grabbed some quotes to read you guys when it comes to this. So let me get into it now. So Piastri, I think he was talking about, why did he leave Alpine? And he said, quote, the CRB ruling has confirmed I didn't have a contract for the 2023 season with Alpine. He said, and then said, quote, I was free to choose my destiny and I felt McLaren was a great opportunity. They were very straightforward and very keen and enthusiastic to have me. To be completely honest, there was a lack of clarity around my future at the team at Alpine. That's what he had to say, the first part there. And then went on to say, quote, they publicly stated they wished to continue with Fernando for at least 1 or 2 more years. I respect that, but after spending the year out, my hopes were firmly set on an Alpine seat, and the lack of clarity, and similarly to Fernando, a bit of a strange feeling in negotiations, it didn't feel like it was the right decision for me to stay around. So that's why he joined the McLaren team. And then, this is the end of that quote, I believe. Let's get into this bit. He says, quote, the lack of clarity around my future and ultimately a breakdown in trust I felt the very attractive offer of McLaren and the positive dealings with them thus far were all reasons why I felt McLaren was where I was best off for the future. And then he went on in this final quote that I'm going to get into. He went into because it was talked about, I think a week or so ago, that Otmar Safnauer, I think he said at Spa that he actually told Oscar Piastri whilst he was in the simulator that he would be announced as, or that he would be in the Alpine car for 2023. And he said that Oscar just smiled and seemed happy to him about that. He was asked, Oscar, about this, and this is what he had to say about the encounter, which is, definitely not similar in terms of the version of events to what Otmar Safnauer said. So let's get into that now. He said, that was a, quote, that was a bizarre and frankly upsetting episode. Strong words from Oscar. And then says, it was done publicly in front of some members of the team who were oblivious to the situation, and I didn't want to cause a scene in front of them. Once we were in private, I told Otmar what our position was and what he had been told multiple times before that. It was very surprising to me to make that announcement. So basically, and I think he said it a couple of times in the article itself. You can go and find it on the Formula One website that they did an interview with Oscar Piastri. Basically, he said that they told Alpine a few times that, that he would be leaving and he'd be going to McLaren. But for some reason, Alpine just refused to acknowledge this. And I have to say, if this is true, that that Otmar Safnauer already knew that that Oscar was moving to McLaren for next year, but did this anyway in front of members of the team. I've got to say that's a really shitty thing to do, because it kind of feels like Otmar, again, if he absolutely knew that already, that, you know, Piastri was moving to McLaren and that there was nothing or not much really they could do about it, it's kind of a shitty thing to do, because it's kind of Otmar trying to, if there was some members of the team there, which I think Otmar's come out and responded to that, saying that there was only one other person there, so believe who you want. Yeah, the reason it's kind of a shitty thing to do from Otmar's point of view, again, if he already knew that Oscar was not going to be racing for them for 2023, is because if there were some members of the team there, then that's him trying to kind of pressurize Oscar into maybe staying, or, you know, having a reaction that indicates that he will be racing for Alpine absolutely, and he's very happy with that decision. So it is kind of a shitty thing to do, and I know that if I was in Oscar's position here and I had already let the higher-ups Alpine know I'm going to McLaren for 2023, and then Otmar, let's say if he did know this, if he did do this, if I was in Oscar's position, I would have probably done the exact same. I would have just not really done anything to not cause a scene, and then in private would have said, you know, what are you doing? I've already told you that I'm leaving, so why are you telling them that, you know, I'm here for next year? So if Otmar absolutely knew that by this point that Piastri was definitely racing for McLaren next year, because there is a chance that maybe Otmar was told to do this by Laurent Rossi, or I think is it De Meo, I think, who is the very top guy at Alpine/Renault. Again, if he was told to do this and didn't know Otmar himself, then I think we can absolve him of blame. But if he did know, then again, shitty thing to do, because you're putting Oscar there in a really tricky situation, because if there are some members of the team there who were, as he said, oblivious to the situation, then you're just putting Oscar in such a tough spot that he doesn't deserve to be in, because look, this whole saga is not really Oscar's fault. He did exactly what really I would have done. There wasn't certainty or clarity over what was going to happen in regards to Oscar Piastri being Alpine or being on the grid next year, so he went and secured a deal to be on the grid, because Alpine weren't giving clear enough answers, or were not being clear enough with what their actions were as to, you know, what was going to happen with Piastri. So Piastri's done nothing wrong here, and some of the things that have been said about Piastri by the Alpine team in the last few days, I'm sorry, have been really bad, such as questioning his integrity. Again, I really think he's been not screwed over, Oscar Piastri, but he's been badly done to here with this whole episode. So yeah, not great from that point of view. But Oscar Piastri, at the end of the day, will be at McLaren in 2023, partnering, of course, Lando Norris at the team, and we'll see how that goes. But let me just quickly get the timer back on screen for you guys, because obviously we are, just under an hour and 15 minutes away from qualifying beginning. Actually, let me just reset the timer there, because it is incorrect. It should be that. There you go. So yeah, just over an hour and 15 minutes going until qualifying. So keep me, keep posting your comments in the chat as to what you think is going to happen in qualifying later in just over an hour. And also, firstly, let me know, what do you think of what Piastri had to say there in that interview that came out this morning? And how do you think of how Piastri has been treated and just this whole situation? Let me know in the live chat, and I'll be interested to hear what you guys have to say. And I'll just quickly check Twitter to see if there's any news. But yeah, we've got, an hour and 15 minutes to go until the session begins at Zandvoort. And it's going to be, I think, a pretty exciting one. So let's read out your comments in the chat. Let me try and go back to where I think I last read them. Or, well, visually, maybe not audibly on stream. Yeah, we've got some predictions here in the chat. That's good to see. Oh, sorry. Almost burped quite loud there. KH says that they think it'll be Verstappen, Leclerc, Russell, Perez, Sainz. Let's find some other ones here. McLaren from Race says they think it'll be Hamilton, Verstappen, Russell. Ratas, I think it is, says Russell, Verstappen, Leclerc, Sainz, Hamilton, Alonso for their top 6. That would be a very exciting top 6. It would give us a very exciting Grand Prix on Sunday, that is, for sure. Sean says he seemed like he was hurt from being sidelined. Don't know who you're referencing there. Maybe Oscar Piastri, I'm not quite sure. Simon says Alpine left Piastri waiting. He then looked elsewhere. And then Sean says, right, wouldn't you? Yeah. I don't think Piastri's done anything wrong here at all. What he's done is very sensible and the correct decision. He shouldn't have to wait on Alpine for every little decision. Oscar Piastri's life does not depend on Alpine. So, he has every right to secure himself a place on the grid if he can. Let's find some comments here. Triban says, yeah, but Alpine will get compensation from McLaren or Piastri. Well, the CRB concluded and Alpine actually ended up with no compensation and actually had to pay McLaren, I think, 230 grand in court fees. Let's find some other comments here if I can. Frank Trigg says Ricciardo just hasn't been good enough. His seat was in doubt without this saga. Yeah, I mean, Ricciardo, like I said in last night's qualifying preview, Ricciardo has not had a good season. He definitely has been lacking quite a bit compared to his teammate and just hasn't been good enough overall for McLaren, despite obviously winning at Monza last year, almost exactly a year ago. But even though he has been badly treated, I think, in this whole saga by McLaren, I think, them getting rid of him is the right decision because he just hasn't been good enough for the, for the value they are, for the value they signed him for, and for what they're probably paying him. He just hasn't performed well enough. But McLaren has treated Ricciardo wrongly, in my view. Signing Piastri to a contract on July 4th and then not telling Ricciardo until I think it was the end of July that Daniel would be out of the team for 2023. And Daniel actually, 10 days after Oscar signed that contract on July 4th, posted on Twitter saying he was committed to McLaren until the end of 2023. So, yeah, McLaren have acted very poorly in this whole decision. Let's find some other comments here if I can. Frank Triggs says it's all Otmar's fault. Alonso wanted a multi-year contract. Alpine refused, so he left to a team that could give him 3 years. I did actually say in that clip I played that I think Alonso did or was the one to blame here, because Alonso, he don't just get away with, what he did in this whole saga or situation, because even though, he's decided to leave Alpine, which is fine, he doesn't have to set Alpine and go wherever he wants, he should have at least been upfront with Alpine and say, I'm not going to stay here and I'm going to move to Aston Martin. Lying, I don't think lying is really good in any situation. I mean, there are certain instances where lying could be of a benefit, but 95% of the time at least, if not 99% of the time, lying is bad. So, yeah, I don't think Fernando just gets away with, the part he has played in this whole saga. And to be honest, like I said in that video that clip I played, I think Alpine were right in not offering Alonso more than 1 year, because Fernando is 40 years old. He could decide to leave at any point, and there's no point Alpine offering him a 3-year contract if he's going to retire next year, which he could do. You never know. He could just decide, you know what, fuck it, I'm done with F1. Alonso could decide that. So Alpine were right in not offering him more than 1 year. If I was Alpine, I would not offer him more than 1 year because he is 40 years old. So, yeah. Let's read some other comments here in the chat. Rata says, I'll never be able to get that out of my head every time I hear the new McLaren driver's name about Oscar. I just saw your comment with the what you confuse Oscar Piastri, or the person you confuse him for in terms of his name. I saw that comment, but I don't really want to read it out because of the type of person that certain South African is. Who could go to Alpine? Asks Herman the Tosser. Interesting name. Vettel? Well, no, Vettel's announced that he's retiring. There's no way he's going to go to Alpine. I'm pretty sure Sebastian is done in Formula 1. It looks as though it's going to be Pierre Gasly, which, to be honest, I mean, I was hoping really that Ricciardo was going to go to Alpine, but from an Alpine perspective, Pierre Gasly would be a better move, because Pierre Gasly, in the last 2 seasons, has been better than Daniel Ricciardo. So, yeah, if it's a choice between those two, then I would have to go for Gasly over Ricciardo. Let's find some other comments here in chat if I can. Miss Marquise H. Hazard will Nib be joining us for quali? No, because well, I think he's got things to do today. I know at the moment there's a certain team he supports that is currently playing, but yeah, I'm pretty sure he'll be joining us tomorrow for race day. Don't think there's anything he has on. Obviously that could change, but yeah, he should be joining us tomorrow. Drunken Donut says Alpine had him on the sideline for a year and we're still trying to sign Alonso again, and Muck Piastri around for a couple of years. Alpine are fools. I think, to be honest, I think Alonso has a part to play, or a part that he needs to be blamed for, in terms of, again, lying to Alpine. Alpine definitely have to share quite a bit of blame. McLaren as well, for how they treated Daniel Ricciardo. But coming out of this, the innocent people coming out of this, for me, is Daniel Ricciardo and Oscar Piastri. Yeah, just weren't really treated well by, by Alpine for Piastri and for McLaren, with Ricciardo. Let's see if I can find some other comments here. Drunken Donut says Alpine cry about the millions they've invested. Well, they should have handled their investment better. True. Frank Triggs, wasn't all this deal done by Flavio, the manager for Ricciardo, Piastri, Alonso, Webber? No, Oscar Piastri's agent, I'm pretty sure, is Mark Webber. I don't think it's Flavio Briatore. McLaren from race says Hammy for pole, Russell for race win. Then again, Chazza, I've been drinking, so crying emojis. To be honest, looking at practice so far, I think Mercedes could get pole, and I think they could win the race tomorrow. They've got some good pace, Mercedes, so that's not actually that wild, to be honest. Presshead says Daniel peaked at Red Bull early. Did he peak at Red Bull? I'm not sure he did, to be honest. I think his absolute peak was either 2016, 2017, or I think you could probably say it was 2020 with Renault, where that year he was probably top 3 best drivers on the grid that season, just behind, obviously, Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen. Frank Trigg says, and Webber's manager is Flavio. Well, yeah, but obviously Mark Webber doesn't drive anymore, so that doesn't really matter in terms of that connection. Hulkenberg for Alpine 2023? Hopefully not. I've got to be honest, I don't want to see Hulkenberg on the grid again. Not because I don't like the guy or because he's a bad driver, but he's had his chances. We've seen what we've needed to see with him. He's not going to finish on the podium, so yeah, we don't need to see anything more from him. What Alpine need in terms of replacing Fernando Alonso is the best possible replacement. And if you're looking at the drivers that could be available, such as Daniel Ricciardo, Pierre Gasly, Mick Schumacher, and that's pretty much it. You'd have to say Pierre Gasly is currently the best driver available. So, yeah, looks as though that's who they should be going for, really. But I'm going to get back onto these pictures, which obviously are the pictures that will be guiding you through the watch-along later. And what I want you guys to do now, as we are just over an hour to go until qualifying, is I want you guys to let me know your predictions for qualifying. Give me your top 5 predictions for the qualifying session that is beginning in just over an hour from now. I'll be very curious to see what you guys have to say when it comes to that. And let me just quickly check Twitter to see if there's any new news. But I just want to quickly say that if anyone watching currently is new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022. But yeah, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And for everyone watching right now, if you haven't already, don't forget to smash that like button. And looking at Twitter, I can't see anything at the moment in terms of new news, other than, of course, what happened in practice 3, which ended, what, just under an hour ago. And no. Right, let's see what you guys have to say in the chat then. So, Miss Marquise says Leclerc, Russell, Verstappen, Sainz, Perez. Rook says very hard to call this one. Yeah, I think that's really actually good to say for once. This is the first time. I mean, obviously in Hungary, Mercedes got pole with Russell, and if you look at the final finishing order in the top 10 in qualifying in Hungary, it was all over the place. But we were not expecting it to be that way going into the session. It just turned out to be that way. But going into this session, there is a very real possibility that we could have one of 5 other drivers on pole position today. We haven't had that in a long time. A long time. I mean, in Hungary, yeah, there was that possibility, but again, the expectation going into the session was not quite there going into that session. The last time we had that type of expectation that maybe one of 5 different drivers could end up on pole, well, you have to go back to probably 2019. You know, maybe the Brazilian Grand Prix or something like that season. So yeah, it's very exciting, and it's good, very good, that we've got Mercedes in there this weekend, who could very well win the Grand Prix here at Zandvoort. Frank Trigg says for his top 6, Leclerc, Russell, Verstappen, Hamilton, Sainz, Perez. D'Angelo Williams says Verstappen, Russell, Leclerc, Lewis, Carlos, Perez. Justastic says Hamilton, Verstappen, Sainz, Perez, Russell. McLaren from races. Okay, I'm changing my mind. Russell, Verstappen, Hamilton, Leclerc, Sainz. Frank Trigg says this track doesn't offer any challenge for the cars, so they're all pretty equal. I mean, not as much compared to Spa, definitely, but it does offer some sort of challenge to the cars in terms of, you know, rear end grip through some of the fast corners, and just in terms of, you know, the general grip of the cars, it offered, you know, does offer a challenge to those cars. But yeah, definitely nowhere near as much as Spa. And I like the Zandvoort track. I think it's a decent track, but it's definitely nowhere near as good as the track we were at last weekend. Rata says, I'm sticking with my prediction from half an hour ago. Russell, Verstappen, Leclerc, Sainz, Hamilton, Alonso. Sean says Ferrari will make their own challenges. Indeed. D'Angelo Williams says Ferrari will get beaten by Mercedes tomorrow. The race pace gap between them has been closed significantly. Mercedes are certainly faster than them and have a better tyre deg. I think there's a very good opportunity for Mercedes to not just outscore Ferrari this weekend, but outscore them by quite a bit. They did lose, unfortunately for them, a few points to Ferrari at Spa, because in the race last Sunday, even though Mercedes obviously in qualifying were quite poor, in the race, they probably were quicker than Ferrari over the entire race distance. I think, actually, I'll retract that. Maybe not over the entire race distance, but definitely in the second and a part of the final stint as well. Mercedes were definitely quicker than Ferrari were. So, you know, considering how slow they were that weekend, if they can, you know, improve their pace from race or from qualifying day to race day like they did at Spa, then there's no doubt they could be finishing ahead of Ferrari. And like I said, they could absolutely be winners of the Grand Prix tomorrow. Let's have a look for some more comments in the chat quick. McLaren from Races, hey Chaz, I like Stefano, fair play, he has a human touch now in F1 corporate. I mean, not really. We still race in, you know, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and countries like that, so I don't think it really matters that much in terms of a human touch. Herman the Tosser says, I think I would boo if Hamilton won. He might be wearing a silly cardigan or something. Well, I don't think that's really a good reason to boo, but you can do whatever you want. I don't really care. Rata says, love banked corners. Alton Park's Shell Oil's hairpin is highly banked. I've walked around it. Doesn't show on telly. I haven't actually seen any racing from there. I think maybe I have, but just not for a while. So I'd have to refresh my memory when it came to that. Hammond says, but what if he was wearing a pink shirt with flowers? Worth a boo. I mean, not for me, but again, you can do whatever you want if you want to boo. The thing is, what was it? George Russell said this, I think, at Silverstone, that the F1 needs to stomp out booing, which I think is some of the most pussy language I've ever heard from a sportsman, if I've ever heard any. Booing, whilst it might not be great for the recipient, and some of the time obviously might not be great objectively, there isn't really that much wrong with booing, to be honest. I mean, what would you rather them do? Would you rather them sit there in silence, only cheer and not share any negative opinion when, they're allowed to, they have the freedom to share negative opinion? And, they could do a lot worse than boo. Booing is probably one of the softer approaches to displaying your, I guess, negativity towards a driver or a team or whatever, or whoever. So, if you're an F1 driver, you just have to deal with booing. I mean, Lewis Hamilton, I think, doesn't really care about other fans booing him because he's had it literally since he joined Formula 1 in 2007. So, well, my message for Russell would be, just deal with it. Because if you look at sports men and women, pretty much everybody has to deal with booing in some shape or form during their careers. So, I don't think it's really that bad. I mean, yeah, in certain aspects, booing is bad, such as like when a driver has a crash and quite a big one. Yeah, fans should not boo that driver or cheer the driver going into the barriers. I do disagree with that a lot, but just booing a driver, I don't really see it as that being a massive problem, to be honest. Sean says, yeah, right, booing says more about the fans than anyone. Dingo says, why do people boo when they crash? Well, not booing, they normally, if it's a driver they don't like, normally they'll actually they'll cheer when the driver they don't like has an accident, which again I don't agree with at all, because you don't know what could happen to that driver. He might be seriously injured or even worse. So yeah, that is not nice at all. And pretty much, because I remember we had this a couple months ago where pretty much every fan base was screaming at the other fan base about how, oh, your fan base was cheering our driver crashing, and again, all fan bases doing it to each other. They're all as bad as each other. Hamilton fans cheered Verstappen flying into the barriers at Silverstone last year. I know you'll hear people say, oh no, that didn't happen. There is clips from that race from the crowd that proves that that is the case, that there was cheering. So that is absolutely incorrect if anyone tries to say that. Incorrect in terms of anyone trying to claim that that didn't happen. Verstappen fans have, cheered when Hamilton has crashed. I remember they actually did it earlier in the day when Antoine Hubert passed away. Lewis Hamilton had quite a big crash in practice 3, and the Verstappen fans cheered quite heavily. So they're all as bad as each other. Prank says, stamp out booing. That's rich considering who booed Seb in his Red Bull days. Booing, says McLaren F1 races, is good as long as it's not very negative and dark. Yeah. If it's just booing in terms of what do you call it? Like the opposition, if you know what I mean, rather than just booing them or cheering because they've had something really bad happen to them that could actually be quite bad physically or mentally. Yeah, I don't think it's that big of a problem, to be honest. D'Angelo Williams says, I think F1 in general has become extremely toxic in the last few years. We should just appreciate every driver in the field. I mean, I have personally so much respect for the drivers in terms of what they're capable of and just how great they are. And I've said plenty of times this year that the current F1 grid is the best I think we've ever had in F1 history. And the quality of drivers that we're seeing at the moment and the skill with these cars that they're driving is, yeah, just absolutely incredible. And I do appreciate the drivers massively. But, yeah, thankfully am not a supporter of any team or driver, because I think that's really what's causing the toxicity. It's just the tribal nature of certain people when it comes to defending their driver or team. Yeah, Jazztastic says, hopefully there's no flares during the race. There's probably going to be flares during the race, unfortunately. Which, I mean, I don't mind flares during the race as long as it doesn't actually cover the track like it did at Austria, which was pretty funny, actually. I don't think we've ever seen that before, where the flares were so powerful, there were so many of them, that we couldn't actually see the track in a couple of corners on the first lap or two. So let's hope it's not that bad. But I think we will get some flares tomorrow. Frank Trigg says, being offended has become the default response. We were told to grow up and grow thicker skin. Yeah, well, in this case, with, what Russell said about having to stomp out booing, I think that's exactly the word of advice that I would give to Russell. I mean, obviously, I'm not a sportsman, never will be, but if I was booed, I would know that, just got to deal with it, because that's just part and parcel of being a top-level sportsman. So, just need to, get on with it, deal with it. And if Russell goes on to win championships in his career and be a title contender for a few years in his career, at least, then he will have to be forced to deal with it, because he'll most likely obviously come into competition with another driver from another team, and then he'll have to really knuckle down. Jim Plus X says, if you're being offended about the smallest things, I'm sorry, you ain't surviving the wild. Yeah. I agree with that. Let's find some other comments here if I can. Herman says, well, toxic fans attacked Latifi in Abu Dhabi for his innocent accident. Yeah, that was completely wrong. No doubt about it. I still can't actually believe that the Mercedes fans and Lewis Hamilton fans were that toxic towards Latifi, because it's like, I understand and I agree that Lewis was screwed over in that final race, but, if you're going to criticize anyone, criticize the FIA and Michael Massey. Don't, go after Nicholas Latifi, who, just had a simple crash. He did nothing wrong. He's allowed to race. Everyone else wasn't under strict orders to not race or to not possibly do anything that could end up in a crash, because it might affect the title fight. So yeah. Who do you think will clinch pole? I am going to go for Charles Leclerc on pole position. I just think with this season, how, he's been so quick and so good over a single lap. I just think that he's got, with that car being as quick as it is this weekend, I just think Ferrari and Leclerc as a package are just too good this weekend. But before I get on to properly building up into qualifying, let me just quickly get into some analysis about the track itself. I'll just hide the timer briefly and I'll reset it in a couple minutes time. So let's get into, what does it take to have a good lap here at Zandvoort? Well, here's the track map. Again, a very short lap compared to Spa, probably one of the shortest I think it is on the calendar. Pole position should be a 1 minute 10 or 1 minute 11, and it is a pretty good circuit, fast flowing circuit, corners constantly coming at you, kind of similar to the middle sector and final sector in Hungary, this track. And yeah, it is a pretty good circuit. But let's go on board with Max Verstappen in an old Red Bull to see just what it takes to have a good lap here. As he comes now down to turn 1. This is obviously from a couple of years ago. And into turn 1 he comes, which is kind of a hairpin-like corner. You have got to hit the apex as much as you can through turn 1 to get as best a run through that corner. Then into turn 2, you've got to enter as quickly as possible without touching that inside curb or else I'll unsettle the car. Then into turn 3 here, you've got to run obviously a lot wider than that than what Verstappen did to get as best a run through turn 3. Then you come flat through turn 4, 5, 6, and then up to, or down to turn 7, which in qualifying will be a very quick right-hander. And again, make sure the front end goes in properly or else you'll be off the track. Same for that corner as well. We saw a couple accidents there last year. We saw in practice 3 a lot of people understeering at that turn 9 and also turn 10 as well. The wind definitely playing a role at those corners. And as long as you keep the rear end in check on the exit and get the front end in nicely, you should be okay. Into these corners, turn 11 and 12. That turn 11 you just went through. You've got to attack turn 11 really as much as possible. And then kind of attack turn 12 as well, but just not hug the curb really that much at all. Then into turn 13, again, you've got to attack turn 13 just like turn 11. Then you come through the banked final corner, which DRS is now activated through, and it's not thankfully causing any issues. And that is your lap here at Zandvoort. And that's what it takes to have a good qualifying lap at this circuit. But let me just quickly get the timer back on screen. There you go. There is about 44 minutes to go until qualifying begins here at Zandvoort. And make sure, by the way, to keep your comments coming in the chat. As what I'm going to quickly do before we move on to previewing how I think the teams are going to do coming into this session, I'm going to quickly post out the link again to this stream. So just give me a minute or two and then we'll get into the final 40 minutes or so of build-up. So let me just post on my community tab. Come join us here for qualifying. And I'll just quickly post it on Twitter as well. Let me just do that. And let me know, if you just joined the stream especially, let me know, what do you think is going to happen in qualifying today? Give me your top 5 prediction for qualifying today if you can, as we are about 40 minutes away from qualifying beginning here at Zandvoort. Hold on. Let me just get this typed out, this tweet. And the link posted and the hashtags as well. Talking of Twitter, don't forget to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 to keep up to date with my content and, you know, the tweets I do. And just what is going on in, I guess, my world, kind of, when it comes to Twitter. Yeah, make sure to follow me on Twitter again at ChazHD5. Right. So that's now posted out on Twitter, and I think we'll now get into the build-up here to qualifying. And we'll start by going into the first team being Red Bull Racing. And yeah, looking at practice 3, Red Bull, they are definitely quite a bit closer to Ferrari than they were yesterday, which I said in my qualifying preview was going to happen anyway. They were not going to be, you know, half a second off Ferrari like we saw yesterday. Or it wasn't even half a second. It was like 0.7 of a second. Obviously, Red Bull did have yesterday a pretty messy day as Max Verstappen had a gearbox problem. So, yeah, Red Bull will 100% be in the fight for pole position. And one thing I do have to point out is even though Max Verstappen ended up 3rd in practice 3 and about, 0.2 of a second off the fastest time of Charles Leclerc, which was a 1:11.6, I think it was. Max Verstappen on what was probably the best attempt he was going to have, did make a couple mistakes. Exit of turn 3, spun up the rears and lost the rear end quite a bit, and would have lost probably a tenth or two from that, and then understeered quite a bit in turn 9 and 10, which is probably being caused by the excessive wind we have today of about 14, 15 kilometers an hour. But definitely there was more time on the table there for what you call it, for Max Verstappen to end up fastest in practice 3. So even though I am predicting that I think Charles Leclerc will get pole position today, it's going to be close. Max Verstappen is going to be very close for pole position. And I think, ultimately, Verstappen will end up in P2. But the gap between Leclerc and Verstappen, Leclerc I think will get pole. Again, the gap will be probably less than a tenth of a second. We're talking maybe 3 or 4 hundredths of a second. It's going to be literally that close today in qualifying in the fight for pole position. But from Red Bull's point of view, if they get pole position, they will win the race tomorrow. So it's as simple as that, really, because we've seen this season that even when they don't get pole, they're so much better than Ferrari on race day. So if they can get pole position here, then I don't really see how tomorrow Ferrari can, respond to what Red Bull will do here in qualifying if Red Bull were to get pole. And even if Mercedes had very good pace tomorrow, if Mercedes are, third and fourth or fourth and fifth on the grid, they won't be able to utilize it that pace that much really until we get to the first pit stop of the Grand Prix tomorrow. So yeah, if he gets pole, Verstappen, I think he wins the race tomorrow. So that really has to be Red Bull's aim. In terms of Sergio Perez, his pace doesn't look to be too great. As long as he qualifies in the, 5th or 6th place at worst, then I guess that's the best really you can hope for from him. Red Bull just aren't anywhere near as quick as they were last weekend at Spa. So yeah, Perez not able to benefit from that as much as he did at Spa. Plus, I don't think Perez really enjoys this circuit as well as Spa or the next track we're going to at Monza. So yeah, don't expect much from Sergio Perez. But for Red Bull and Max Verstappen, pole position definitely possible, but it'd be a lot harder today finishing first in qualifying than it was at Spa, where Max Verstappen qualified first or finished first, but ended up 6.5 tenths of a second quicker than Carlos Sainz. And talking of Ferrari, let's get on to them now. And yeah, a lot quicker than last weekend. Last weekend was probably their worst Grand Prix of the season in terms of the pace of the car, where in the race they were 1.5 seconds per lap, a lot of the race off the pace of Red Bull. That is not the case this weekend from what we've seen so far. And in qualifying, they are, I would say, probably the favourites based on the pace we have seen so far from Ferrari through the practice sessions here at Zandvoort. And like I said, because Charles Leclerc has been so great in qualifying this year, and the Ferrari car is always in 2022 at its peak on qualifying day, I think he is the absolute favourite for pole today. And I do think that Charles Leclerc will qualify in first position. Yeah, really, if Ferrari going to win, there's the only chance for them is to get pole. If they can lock out the front row, that would be great, obviously, to protect Leclerc from the cars behind, such as Verstappen and the two Mercedes, or Russell and Hamilton, even Perez in the second Red Bull. But if he doesn't get pole, I just don't see how Ferrari win the race tomorrow. So pole position, absolutely critical for the Ferrari team here. Haven't had pole Ferrari since the French Grand Prix, which, I mean, wasn't that many races ago, only 3 or 4 races ago, but it does feel a long time ago, to be honest, that French Grand Prix, where really they could have ended up winning that Grand Prix as well. So if Ferrari don't get pole, like I said, then they're not going to win the Grand Prix. And to be honest, from a neutral point of view, it would be best, I think, if Ferrari got pole position today, because it would give us a more exciting race. I mean, if Mercedes got pole, it'd give us a more exciting race, an even more exciting race than if Ferrari got pole, to be honest. But I think if Red Bull were to get pole, I just think Red Bull would comfortably win the Grand Prix. So Ferrari have got to get pole position today. Can they deliver? Well, in qualifying this year, they have a lot of the time, but we'll see whether they can. But let me know in the chat, guys. How do you think Ferrari will get on today? And let me know what you think their chances are of pole position in your opinions. And yeah, so I think Leclerc will be first. Verstappen, I think, will qualify in second. And then I'm going to go Carlos Sainz in P4 for Ferrari. And that means that in P3, I am going to have Mercedes, one of the Mercedes getting into P3 in qualifying. And I'll go on to them now. And yeah, Mercedes are looking very, very quick. This is one of the best Grand Prix they've had so far this season. Their pace is looking very good, and they look as though they are pretty much on the pace of Ferrari and Red Bull, maybe losing a slight bit of time here or there, but again, it is slight. It is not a big chunk of time in certain parts of the circuit. They are definitely right on the pace with Ferrari and Red Bull. And there is no doubt about it, they can get pole position today. If they could get pole position in, in Hungary, then I have no doubt they could get pole here at Zandvoort, where they're going very well. George Russell did a very good lap in practice 3, where he was pretty quick in Sector 1 and Sector 2, but then in Sector 3 did the quickest final sector, and was, I think, 0.3 of a second almost quicker than Leclerc just in that sector alone. So if he can replicate that type of pace in that final sector in qualifying today, coming up in, like I said on screen, just over half an hour from now, then he has definitely got a chance. There is no doubt about that. He definitely has a chance if he can replicate that type of speed, especially in that final sector, which is quite important. Lewis Hamilton was lacking quite a bit of time compared to Russell, which was surprising, because normally Lewis Hamilton is at least right on pace with his teammate in over a single lap in terms of pace, but he was lacking quite a bit of time in practice 3, so hopefully he'll up his speed for qualifying. But yeah, Mercedes, they've definitely got a chance of pole position. There is no doubt about it. Will they get pole position? Ultimately, I don't think they have quite enough, but if they qualify 3rd and 5th, which is where I think they will qualify today, and I think it'll be Russell, by the way, in 3rd, with Lewis Hamilton in 5th, if that is where they ended up, they would have a pretty good chance then at winning the race tomorrow, because of the very good race pace they have. The hotter conditions here compared to Spa really helping, and yeah, they're just going a lot better here overall in all aspects, really, compared to what they were doing at Spa. And we saw in the race at Spa just how much quicker they were in the race compared to what they were doing in qualifying, where they were pretty much a midfield team in qualifying last weekend. So if you're a Mercedes fan, don't expect too much, don't expect a front row lockout or anything like that. But, there's definitely a chance today. There's definitely a good chance of pole position. So, yeah, don't get your hopes up too much, but just know that the chances are there. They just need to execute, really, when it comes to Q3 later on in this qualifying day. As you can see, qualifying beginning in just over 30 minutes time. But guys, let me know in the chat. For Mercedes, how do you think they will do in qualifying today? Do you think they have a realistic chance of getting pole position today? Let me know in the chat, and I'll make sure to get to your comments soon. But I'm going to quickly get on to McLaren and Alpine before I come to your comments in the chat. So keep them coming. And again, let me know if you haven't already, let me know your top 5 predictions for qualifying today. Would be very curious, of course, to see what you guys have to say. Again, let me know if you haven't already posted it in the chat. And I'll make sure to get to those as well. But let's get on to McLaren. Not too quick, I got to say, in practice 3. Lando Norris ended up P10 and Ricciardo was down, I think, in 15th place. So not, again, still no real pace there from Ricciardo, who I think mentally is struggling a bit with just what's going on at the minute with his F1 career and just his time at McLaren. But yeah, not that great a pace from McLaren in practice 3. But if you go back and look at the data from practice 2, McLaren, over a single lap, were quite clearly the quickest midfield team. So I am still expecting them to be pretty quick, and I am gonna have. I'm gonna predict Lando Norris to be in P7 today in qualifying. And if McLaren want to score somehow more points than Alpine this weekend, which I don't think personally is gonna happen, but if they do, then Norris absolutely has to qualify in 7th, because if he doesn't, Alpine are a lot quicker with their race pace, and if Alonso is able to get ahead of Norris here in qualifying, then I think he will struggle, and McLaren will struggle quite a bit to outscore Alpine in tomorrow's Grand Prix. So, yeah, has to get P7 and be at the front of that pack and basically be on pole position for Formula 1.5. And I think he's got a very good chance of doing that, to be honest, because the McLaren in qualifying trim we know is very quick, and Norris has shown some very good speed so far this weekend. For Ricciardo, as long as he qualifies in the top 12 on the grid, I think that'll be absolutely fine. Don't think we can expect him to be absolutely in the top 10 for sure. To be honest, if he gets in the top 10, great, but I don't think we can really expect that from the Aussie. But yeah, Norris, again, has to qualify 7th. If he doesn't, I think Alpine will continue to stretch out their lead over McLaren for 4th in the Constructors. And talking of Alpine, let's go on to them now. And even though they weren't too quick in practice 3, I mean, Alonso was 6th or 7th, I think it was. In practice 3, which isn't too bad. Ocon was in P11, I believe, in practice 3. Most of the weekend, they've been both cars in the top 10. Not doing headline lap times, but they've both been in the top 10 of the two Alpines. So as long as both Alpines get in the top 10 and qualify 8th and 9th, which is where I think they will qualify, then that is good enough. Because even if Norris finishes 7th in the race on Sunday, if Alpine finish 8th and 9th, they score the same amount of points as McLaren, most likely, if Ricciardo doesn't score a point for the McLaren team. So, yeah, looking good for Alpine. Not really a surprise. Their car is the best car at the midfield pack in terms of how it's good, really, at any circuit. It doesn't have a... Well, I'll go back on that, actually. It does have certain circuits it goes better at, but there's not really a massive difference in their pace from one circuit to another like we see with McLaren. And that's a big reason why Alpine are 4th in the Constructors ahead of McLaren, who have now dropped down to P5. So if you're an Alpine fan, despite of all the off-track stuff, Alpine are looking very, very good for another good weekend here at Zandvoort. And I'd be very surprised if they did not have both cars getting into Q3, to be honest. But I'm going to quickly get back onto these pictures. And yeah, guys, let me know in the chat what you think of the top 5 teams I just went through. And again, give me, if you haven't already, your predictions for qualifying beginning in 27 minutes time. Let's have a look at some comments here in chat. Sada, I think it is in chat, asks me, do you think Charles has any possibility of winning the championship? No, absolutely not. The title race, honestly, was over after the Canadian Grand Prix. Yeah. The best he can do is finish in 2nd, which honestly, given how his team is, you'd think deliberately trying to screw him over the way they just screw him over so many times. 2nd in the championship would be pretty much a not pretty much, but it would be a pretty good result for him, considering just how bad his team have been. Rata says Max was very consistent last year, drove the wheels off his car. Hamilton left his handbrake on, etc. Lol, took his eye off the ball for a while. Kind of. I wouldn't agree fully with that, but yeah, I would say that Lewis wasn't at his absolute best last year. D'Angelo Williams says, don't think Mercedes could get pole, to be honest, because their foundational speed isn't up to par with Red Bull, but I definitely think they could get a double podium, to be honest. Perez looks terrible this weekend, yeah. Kind of like last year with Perez, where he qualified, I think, 17th and then ended up finishing 8th in the race. But, yeah, it was a tough weekend for Perez, which was, sorry about that, yawning, which was, yeah, really down to the Red Bull not being maybe as quick there as it was at other circuits, but it was mostly down to Perez just not really having a good handle of the circuit, which I don't think he still really has. There's Checo. Chazza, it's Ferrari. I know it's Ferrari, but I'm just laying out what I think is going to happen. Even though they've been really poor this season, we have to admit, in qualifying, most of the time they've been very good. It's just race day where they fall apart at almost 100% success rate of falling apart. Triban says, yeah, but Chazzy, you can overtake in Zandvoort quite easily. That's absolutely not correct. Overtaking at Zandvoort is not easy at all. I mean, last year's race, the only overtaking we got was Sergio Perez making his way through the field. I think Alonso made a couple overtakes in the race. Other than that, there wasn't really that much overtaking. And it's because this track is so tight and the corners, once you get into turn 1, it's just corner after corner. And, you can't really follow for close enough in the slipstream in like a long acceleration zone to really have a go into a certain corner. So, yeah. Pole position will be a lot more important here than it would be at Spa. That is for sure. Jazztastic says, pole won't matter to Ferrari. They'll sabotage themselves in the race. Most likely, but... yeah. Sean says, Ferrari will qualify good and race bad. Sound familiar? Indeed. Moaz says, Ferrari engineer, can you see the sky? Question. Obviously, that's a meme that has come about the last few days about how I think the engineer asks a question and then at the end of it says, question. McLaren from race says Russell, Verstappen, Hamilton for the top 3 for them. Gasly for Haas 2023 seat. No, it's probably going to be Alpine or AlphaTauri. Most likely Alpine by the looks of it at the minute. McLaren from Racers. Chazza, I think Ferrari will rock up at Zandvoort with Monza software data and it'll be a clown show. Tri-band, imagine if the Ferraris are dominating Monza with a 1-2, but then Leclerc and Sainz collide on the last lap whilst battling. I'm not sure it could get any worse than that if that did happen, but they're not going to be in that position at Monza. I honestly, I'd be so surprised if they won the race next weekend, because their car, even though it's a good car, it's absolutely not suited at all to the Monza circuit. I mean, I know that obviously next weekend they'll run a lower downforce package, which will help them close the gap to Red Bull when it comes to straight line speed, which of course we all know Red Bull a lot quicker in a straight line compared to Ferrari. But yeah, if Red Bull don't win next weekend, I would be very surprised. Moaz says they think it'll be Leclerc, Verstappen, Hamilton, Russell, Perez for the top 5. What's some other comments here if I can? Triban says, why is Canada Grand Prix de Canada but Monaco and France respectively Grand Prix de Monaco and Grand Prix de France? Well, probably because Canada, obviously in Montreal, they do speak French, but it's probably a different type of French, if that makes any sense. Or maybe the language is slightly different. I don't know, to be honest. Not going to claim I do know for sure. Let's see if I find some other comments here. Frank Trigg says Verstappen has just got better. Perez has improved since the start, but Verstappen has enabled God mode. Good to see you, by the way, Astro Stevo. Good to see you in chat. Who says probably be Max on pole though. Really hope I'm wrong. Second Leclerc, third Hamilton, fourth Perez, fifth Carlos Sainz. Good afternoon to Edson, I think, who says good afternoon, guys. Looking forward to this quali all the way from Angola. That is quite a way away. Credit to you for the dedication in tuning in. Good to have you along. And hello also to Brabham, who of course is a regular here. Labgura says, yeah, different dialect. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say in terms of French-Canadian. Dane asks, Chaz, why Aston not using the old B-Spec car anymore? Were they used in Baku and Monaco? I mean, the B-Spec car was used from the Spanish Grand Prix up until the British Grand Prix, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah. The reason they're not using it is... The only way to explain it is the new car is quicker with the data they have. It is quicker than the B-Spec car they had at Barcelona, but it just probably isn't that big of a difference, to be honest. As I'm just switching at the moment to Sky F1 on my Skybox, as we've got 18 minutes to go. We are not far away at all. And also, hello to Lab Gorilla, who's joined us just in time. And hopefully, for you, it'll be, as a Ferrari fan, for you, it'll be a good session. Someone in chat saying, watching from Zambia. Again, thanks for the commitment to watching this stream and tuning in. Great to have you here. Astro Stevo asks, is Hamilton taking a penalty for an engine change after Spa? No. The team instead are trying to repair that one from Spa so he can use it at the Italian Grand Prix instead. So, no penalty for Hamilton. Will F1 could see you says that he thinks it'll be Leclerc, Verstappen, Sainz, Hamilton, Russell for the top 5 prediction. And let me just look at Twitter quickly to see if there's any news. Nico Rosberg apparently has predicted Lewis Hamilton to be on pole today. And he made that prediction to Sky Germany, which is, well, not really that surprising that he predicted that, because he always tries to play up Lewis Hamilton as big as he can to make him look better. Which, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's a smart strategy. And, I mean, I obviously think Lewis Hamilton is the greatest driver of all time, so it's not like I don't rate Lewis that highly. I do. But, yeah, not really surprised that he predicts that, to be honest. But one thing I'm going to say quickly, because we are going to get into the final bits of the preview here. I'm going to get into the final few teams and getting some data from yesterday and getting to some stats going into this qualifying session that you guys need to remember. Before I get into that, though, I just want to mention quickly a milestone we hit with the channel in terms of viewership, or not viewership, but views all time for the channel. So on, when was it? I think it was on Sunday. Was on Sunday? Yeah, last Sunday at Spa, where I had a lot of viewers on the channel, especially for that race watch-along. And the race watch-along ended up getting about 36,000 views, I think. In the end, my channel has now hit 5 million views all time for, this channel that's been going since July 2018. So I just want to say quickly, thank you guys for that. for tuning into all the videos and streams I've done over the last few years, or, however many things you tuned in for since you subscribed, whether it be, just in the last week or so, or this weekend, or 4 years ago. No matter when it was, thank you to you guys for tuning in for all the content you tuned in for. It's been great to have you along for all of those, memories and pieces of content. And here's to, Here's to the next 5 million views, which would be, honestly, quite impressive if I was to get another 5 million views on the channel, to be honest. But yeah, I just wanted to quickly mention that milestone. So thank you guys for that. But now let's get into some final bits before we get into the preview, before we get into the session itself, which we're now 15 minutes away. So let's get into the rest of the teams quick. Here we go. So firstly, Alfa Romeo, they are terrible. They have no pace this weekend. They were 18th and 19th in practice 3. And I've said that their lack of upgrades really since the Spanish Grand Prix, which was 3.5 months ago, is really the main reason why Alfa Romeo have just dropped off in terms of pace. And Alfa Romeo really just hoping they finish 6th in the Constructors' Championship. And to be honest, given that Haas F1 behind them and AlphaTauri and Aston Martin are not really catching them that quickly, I think Alfa Romeo have a pretty good opportunity of finishing in P6. For Haas F1, they don't look to be as slow as they were at Spa, but they do look to be still pretty slow. So there's no real difference really with the pace of the Haas car. And yeah, they are still going to be pretty slow today. And probably at best, you'll see one of the cars into Q2 and one of the cars knocked out, I'd imagine, in Q1. For AlphaTauri, pace not as good as it was in Spa, but not too bad. I mean, from what we saw yesterday, it looked as though AlphaTauri actually were quicker than Alfa Romeo and Haas, which has not been the case that many times this season. They've been quicker than those two teams. So, yeah, pretty impressive that they've, jumped ahead of those teams for this weekend, because I definitely didn't think that would be quite the case this weekend. But the pace is still not that great. I think they've got a decent chance of getting both cars into Q2. If they did do that, that'd be a pretty good result for them. But most likely, the highest they'll qualify is 13th or something like that. I'm not expecting a massive amount from the AlphaTauri team. Aston Martin have been very quick so far in practice, but this is Aston Martin. How many times have we seen in practice them be so quick, and then in qualifying, when it really matters, as Christian Horner would say, when you have to drop your pants and show everyone what you've got, they just don't have, or haven't had this season, really much of anything pace-wise. So we'll see in this session whether Aston Martin can translate their good pace so far into qualifying. But I am not going to sit here and predict that I think Aston Martin are going to be in the top 10, because how many false dawns have we had with Aston Martin this season when it comes to qualifying? We've had way too many. So we'll see how they do. If they can get both cars into Q2, to be honest, that'd be good enough. But yeah, they've got the opportunity to get into the top 10 today, but whether they do is another story. And finally, Williams, Alexander Albon has a good chance, I reckon, of getting into Q2 in the, obviously the quickest, best Williams driver he is, Alex Albon. But for Nicholas Latifi, he'll probably be at the very back of the field. So, yeah, and Williams, not as quick as they were last weekend. Not really a surprise, because their car doesn't still have enough really downforce compared to the other midfield teams, even not even comparing them to the top teams on the grid. So that's why they are not that quick this weekend. If you're a Williams fan, though, don't worry. Next weekend at Monza, they will be quite a bit quicker than they've been this weekend. So they will bounce back to a certain extent at Monza in Italy. But guys, if you want, let me know in the chat. How do you think the midfield teams are going to do in qualifying today? And who are you looking out for after that midfield pack? But I'm going to quickly move back onto these pictures. But again, these pictures, the watch-along pictures you'll be seeing during the stream. Not during the stream. You've already been seeing it, of course. But during the watch-along of qualifying itself, I'm going to quickly just mute my microphone because I just need to quickly blow my nose and have a drink. So, yeah, let me just quickly do that, guys, and I'll be back in just a second to complete the build-up to qualifying. And I'll just quickly unmute myself whilst I just grab my drink so you guys don't think I've gone anywhere. By the way, we're just seeing Mick Schumacher's mother. What's her name? Is it Corinne Schumacher? Michael Schumacher's wife is at the track. She's just in the paddock there we just saw, which is nice to see. Obviously, if you saw the Michael Schumacher documentary, you would have seen plenty of her in that documentary. Speaking of, the times that Michael was having during, the 90s, 2000s and that. But, yeah, I'm going to quickly just have this drink and then we'll get into final couple bits of build-up. So, yeah, just give me a second, guys. Right, so with 9 minutes to go, let's get into the final couple things here. And the second to last thing we'll get into is going to be this. By the way, credit to Lights Out F1 blog for this whole graphic. This is the sector data from practice 2, which is still most of the time does tend to be the most representative practice session of a weekend because of the time of day it takes place at, being so similar to when qualifying takes place. And let's get into that data now. So Red Bull, yesterday were a lot slower compared to what they are like today. But you can see Ferrari in all of the sectors compared to Red Bull were a bit quicker. Again, the gap has closed quite a bit in all of those sectors from what we saw in practice 3. But Ferrari were quite clearly the best team in practice 2. And I think in practice 3 as well, I think Ferrari were just about the better team in terms of the pace of the car compared to everybody else. And then Red Bull, obviously they've improved a lot in practice 3, so I think Red Bull will have, on pure pace in qualifying, probably the second quickest car. Mercedes not too far behind as the third quickest team. McLaren obviously won't be as quick as they were in practice 2 yesterday, so I still think McLaren really should be the fourth quickest team here in qualifying, followed by Alpine. And then after that, you're looking at probably Aston Martin, AlphaTauri, Alfa Romeo, Haas, and the Williams team. I just want to show this basically to show that in practice 2 yesterday, again, when the session, a practice session took place at a time of day that was relevant to when this session is taking place, just how it all fared out. Again, it won't be exactly like this. Red Bull obviously going to be a lot quicker. Same with Alpine. McLaren won't be as quick as they were in practice 2, but I just want to give you guys an indication as to what was going on there. But let's get into now some final stats going into the qualifying session beginning in just over 5 minutes time. Let's start with Red Bull. Max Verstappen, remember to look out for him obviously in qualifying because it is not just his home Grand Prix, but he did execute here last year, taking pole position at last year's Dutch Grand Prix. Max, though, has only started this season on pole position in 2022 3 times out of 14 races. This shows you how great Red Bull have been in the races compared to Ferrari and Mercedes, despite not being that successful in qualifying. And Red Bull have taken 35% of pole positions in 2022. That includes the 3 times Verstappen has started on pole, last weekend, where even though he didn't start on pole, Max, he did qualifying first, plus Perez, his pole position at the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix or in Jeddah. So that's why the number is 35%. But yeah, Ferrari, who we'll get onto now, definitely more so of the team for a Saturday in 2022. Charles Leclerc qualified 5th at last year's Dutch Grand Prix, which was a pretty good result, to be honest, considering the Ferrari car was a midfield car in 2021. His last pole position was at the French Grand Prix about, 7 weeks ago? And Ferrari in 2022 have taken 57% of pole positions in 2022. So again, remember, they are the team when it comes to qualifying in 2022. And finally, for Mercedes, I'm going to scroll up quickly. Lewis Hamilton qualified 2nd at last year's Dutch Grand Prix and was pretty good, but just was outdone in the end by title rival at the time, Max Verstappen. Lewis's last pole position in Formula 1 was in Saudi Arabia in 2021, and his current streak without a pole position of, I think, 15 races is the second longest streak that he has gone on without a pole since the longest ever streak he has had between the 2010 Canadian Grand Prix and the 2011 Korean Grand Prix, which I think that streak was about 25 races back then, about 12 years ago. So, yeah, pretty long time it has been since he was on pole position. There's definitely an opportunity for Lewis to get pole position in this qualifying session. And finally, before we get into the session, let's show the championship standings so you guys know how it's all looking going into qualifying. Max Verstappen almost 100 points clear in the Drivers' Championship. He should be able to wrap up the Drivers' title in 2 or 3 races from now. Perez and Leclerc and the rest, Sainz, Russell, Hamilton will be fighting for 2nd in the championship. And obviously Sergio Perez 2nd, only 5 points clear of Charles Leclerc in 3rd. And then Carlos Sainz is 4th, only 1 point ahead of George Russell in 5th, who I fancy will probably get back into 4th place in the drivers' standings. Lewis Hamilton is in 6th, with Lando Norris in 7th, Ocon 8th, Alonso 9th, and Bottas in 10th. And then on the constructors' side, Red Bull, 118 points clear of Ferrari, who, even though they pulled away from Mercedes slightly in terms of points at Spa, they are still not that far ahead of Mercedes, who are in 3rd. Alpine, 20 points clear of McLaren in the battle for 4th and 5th. Alfa Romeo 6th, Haas 7th, AlphaTauri 8th, Aston Martin 9th, and Williams in P10. But I'll just quickly get rid of the timer, guys, because qualifying is literally about to begin. So get ready for this session. And I'll just get my graphics ready. By the way, air temperature 26 degrees Celsius. Very hot day at Zandvoort. Obviously, it's a beachside circuit pretty much. So that's great for the fans. And that running order on the left-hand side, obviously, is from practice 3. And if you guys are new to Formula 1, obviously Q1 is 18 minutes long. And let me just adjust that and get the timer ready as well. As they're just saying on the screen that the relocated second DRS zone that goes to the final corner banking is now remaining for the rest of the weekend, which is good to see because it's not offered really any problems for the cars. But yeah, I'll sync up the timer for Q1 at the 17-minute mark, about a minute into the session. And also, I'm going to get my dotted line out to illustrate where the cutoff zone is for Q1. So let me just quickly do that. Well, that's a bit too big, so let me just shrink that slightly. And yeah, so that dotted line in between Gasly and Tsunoda on the left-hand side of the screen. Anyone obviously below that dotted line at the end of Q1 will be out of the session and starting the race in those bottom 5 positions. So at the moment, it would be obviously Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Bottas, Zhou, and Latifi. As Max Verstappen, good to see he's in his Red Bull car and ready to get out onto track. As Lewis Hamilton is just climbing into his Mercedes car, getting ready for qualifying, and he's hoping he can be, even if he's out qualified by Russell, a lot closer to Russell than he was in practice 3. Again, losing 0.4 of a second he was to his teammate. So get ready, guys, for the beginning of qualifying. I'll let you know when the session has officially started. I don't think it is officially started. If it has, they haven't actually shown on the screen yet whether it has. So, yeah, I'll let you guys know when it absolutely has and when we've got cars on track. And the session has now begun, guys. So Q1 is underway. And again, I'll sync up the timer in about 50 seconds from now. As disappointingly, no cars out on track straight away. The reason that is because it's such a short lap here. You don't have to, do a massively long out lap to start your lap. So they don't have to, get out there straight away like you would have to do, obviously, at Spa to get some good laps in. And yeah, the Ferrari and the Mercedes cars there don't look as though they're going anywhere really anytime soon. When I mean anytime soon, I mean in the next 3 or 4 minutes. By the looks of it, still nobody coming out onto track. And I'll sync as note. Here we go. I think the 2 Haas is coming out onto track. And there you go. Timer now on your screen. 17 minutes to go in Q1. As the Haas of, I think, Mick Schumacher, I think it is. No, Kevin Magnussen is the first man on track. We now have, I think, the 2 Williamses and then the 2 Alfa Romeos, by the look of it, onto the circuit. As Magnussen is just coming up to the halfway point of the lap, so he'll be starting his lap very shortly. Like I said in my build-up, Haas, not really that quick this weekend. Yes, quicker than they were at Spa, but this upgraded Haas car just hasn't been any better, really, than what we saw before the upgrade came at the Hungarian Grand Prix. As Magnussen exits turn 12, now into the final proper corner of turn 13. And Kevin Magnussen starts his first qualifying lap, so let's see what he can do. As Magnussen onto the start-finish straight now and in to turn 1. And runs a bit wide there, Magnussen. Not massively wide, but wider than you would ideally want. As he takes a very wide line, of course, through turn 3 and gets a very good run out of that corner. So car looked good through there. And yeah, cars on the track right now. The 2 Haases, 2 Williamses, 2 AlphaTauris and 2 Alfa Romeos. Everyone else in the pits as Magnussen obviously, I was going to say obviously did a purple first sector. Mick Schumacher has already gone quicker in the first sector. As the Helicam there having a bit of trouble getting out of his own way. By the looks of it, as Magnussen completes the middle sector. Mick Schumacher behind is lapping at about the same pace. So this could be close between the 2 Haas drivers. We'll see as they come to the line just how it shakes out. As Kevin Magnussen comes to the line now. And there's a 1:12.6, which I've got to say is a very quick first time for them to do. Here comes Mick Schumacher who goes 0.2 of a second slower than teammate Magnussen. Here comes Alexander Albon, who goes third. We should update that Magnussen is P1 with Schumacher in P2. As Albon is third as the two Alfa Romeos about to complete their first flying laps. As Zhou goes quickest for Alfa Romeo, Valtteri Bottas ends up going fourth. So Zhou Guanyu goes into P1 for Alfa Romeo. And then it's Magnussen second, Schumacher third, Bottas goes fourth for Alfa Romeo. And then Albon fifth. Tsunoda is sixth with his first lap in the AlphaTauri. And then we've got Gasly in P7. And then Nicholas Latifi in 8th. Only 8 times on the board so far. As Sebastian Vettel, I can tell you. Oh no, Yuki Tsunoda has had his time deleted. What was I trying to do? Update Latifi, up the order. So let me just quickly do that. Latifi up to P7. I'll keep Tsunoda in 8th because, I mean, he's probably going to do another lap. Sebastian Vettel is on a flying lap, by the way. Just coming into turn 7 now, I believe. Or that might have been actually Lance Stroll. Not sure. As everyone on track now except for the 2 Alpines, 2 Mercedes, and Lando Norris in the McLaren. As the Verstappen army applaud their man, who is going around on his outlap. And we'll see what he does for his first lap time. His quickest lap time of practice 3 was a 1:11.8, I think it was. So we'll see what he can do with this first time. You'd imagine he'd go a bit quicker than the 1:11.8 with this first run, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes. As Sebastian Vettel goes first with a 1:12.5, I think that was. But Lance Stroll actually goes quicker there. As I just need to wipe my nose quickly, as it's a bit wet. Just quickly done that. As Max Verstappen, a couple tenths off in the first sector compared to Lance Stroll, who is the quickest man. Stroll, I'll just quickly put him up to first position. Lance Stroll is first on a 1:12.5. There's also Sergio Perez and Charles Leclerc on a flying lap currently. And Max, about a second up on Stroll after the first 2 sectors. So this, as Ricciardo goes quickest, this will probably be a 1:11.3 or 1:11.4 from Max Verstappen. As Verstappen comes to the line and is a 1:11.3. So that's a very good first time on the board there for Max Verstappen. Let's just see where Perez goes. Perez goes second, 1 second slower than Verstappen. Leclerc goes second, 0.8 of a second down on Verstappen, but Leclerc we know can go a lot quicker than that because he was half a second quicker in practice 3. Carlos Sainz now goes second. So let me just update that. You've got Sainz in second, and then Leclerc in P3. And then Sergio Perez is in 4th position. The Red Bull. 2 Mercedes, by the way, on their flying laps. They've not done a purple first sector, though, so don't expect any great pace immediately. Ricciardo is up to P5, and then it is Stroll, Vettel, Zhou. Albon has now gone up to P7 impressively in the Williams. So it's then Stroll, Albon, Vettel, Zhou, Magnussen, Schumacher, Bottas, Gasly, Latifi, and then Tsunoda, Russell, Hamilton, Alonso, Norris, and Ocon have not done a first proper time as Mick Schumacher goes up to 9th. And let's see the two Mercedes as they come to the line as Norris will be investigated after the session for an unsafe release. Russell does a purple final sector and goes second. Hamilton goes slightly slower than Russell and goes third. A good first times there on the board for the Mercedes team. But we'll see what Ferrari can do and whether they can, properly improve. So Russell up to second. And just seeing a replay of this unsafe release. And yeah, that's probably going to cop a fine there for McLaren. As Russell even said on team radio, mega unsafe release there by Norris. But obviously that's the team's fault, so I think they'll probably just get quite a big fine. For that, not sure they'll quite go to the lengths of a grid penalty, as Max says big movement in the last corner. Maybe that's because of the speed of the car with DRS open. I'm not sure. As Valtteri Bottas here is on another flying lap. Lando Norris, I can announce, is up to P5 in the McLaren. So Norris up to 5th. Good. Oh no, I've accidentally put Vettel too far up, which is really annoying. Let me just put him back down a second. As Valtteri Bottas is about to complete another lap, and Bottas goes all the way up to P7 there for Alfa Romeo. We've had quite a few improvements of lap time, so just give me a moment, guys, to sort it all out on screen. Obviously, the lap time, or the lap being completed so quickly here doesn't help. As Zhou Guan Yu goes P5 for Alfa Romeo. And Esteban Ocon, with his first lap, goes into 7th. Tsunoda goes 6th. So the track, is really ramping up in terms of grip. Ocon up to 6th there. Or to 7th, and Tsunoda up to P6. So your top 10 is currently Verstappen, Russell, Hamilton, and then Alonso is in 4th place with Carlos Sainz in 5th as Sebastian Vettel was in 19th and only goes 16th as Vettel. That is disappointing. And again, shows that Aston Martin, their pace over a single lap still is not great. So yeah, the top 5, Verstappen, Russell, Hamilton, Alonso, Sainz. By the way, Sergio Perez and Charles Leclerc on better laps now. And then it is Tsunoda in 6th, Zhou 7th, Stroll is 8th for Aston Martin. Gasly is all the way up now in P9 as Perez is about to complete his lap here. And Perez goes P4 for the Red Bull team. So Perez up to 4th. Here comes Charles Leclerc. Leclerc goes 2nd, only a 10th away from Max Verstappen. A 1:11.4. That's the quickest time we've seen from Ferrari this weekend. They're looking very close, as I expected, between Max and Charles. So Verstappen, Leclerc, Russell, Hamilton, Perez, your top 5. And then Alonso, Sainz, Tsunoda, Zhou, Stroll completing the top 10. And then it's Gasly 11th, Ocon 12th, Norris 13th, Boras, what the hell was I trying to say there? Bottas 14th, and then Magnussen in 15th. And in the drop zone, with just under 5 minutes to go, and really needing to get out, of course, it is Sebastian Vettel 16th, Daniel Ricciardo 17th, Alex Albon 18th, Mick Schumacher 19th, and Nicholas Latifi in 20th. That's who's in the drop zone. well, if Stroll's up in 10th, surely Vettel can improve and get into Q2. With Ricciardo, though, obviously we know Ricciardo hasn't been doing that well at all in qualifying this year, but Norris is only 13th, so I'm not sure McLaren actually have that quick of a car at the moment in this part of qualifying. As we do have Alex Albon on an outlap, and this will be one of his final laps here in Q1. And yeah, Albon in P18. And he now starts his lap. He is about, 2.5 tenths probably away from probably getting into Q2. He probably needs to improve this lap by half a second. Improve his time by half a second, I think, if he's going to get into Q2. We'll see what he can do as he comes up to his first sector. And Albon, yeah, much better first sector. 4.5 tenths quicker than Kevin Magnussen in the first sector alone. I gotta say, in qualifying with this Williams, Albon has been very impressive this year. He's been impressive in the races as well, but in qualifying, I think he's really stepped up compared to what he was like at Red Bull. As Albon, for the middle sector, is only 0.6 of a second slower than Verstappen. So this lap is going to put Albon probably in 8th or 9th place. So this is a very good lap. Will it be good enough? We'll have to see as he comes through the final banked corner now. And to the line, Alex Albon goes P7. Very good lap from Albon. But again, with the track ramping up in terms of grip and getting a lot quicker like it is, we'll have to see whether he, does actually get through to the next part of qualifying. So Magnussen, Vettel, Ricciardo, Schumacher, Latifi now in the drop zone. As we now look at Kevin Magnussen, who has been pretty good in qualifying this year. We'll need to see whether he can get through to Q2. Looks likely, to be honest, given that he is so quick on a Saturday. And I don't think Haas are quite as bad as they were last weekend. So let's see what he does as he's begun pretty much his final lap here as he runs incredibly wide through turn 3 on purpose to get the best exit. And let's see what his middle or his first sector is compared to Valtteri Bottas, the man on the cusp at the minute. And he is 1/4 of a second quicker than Bottas in the first sector. So very good first sector. Nowhere near as good though as Mick Schumacher, who's a further 2 tenths quicker than Magnussen. So Mick looking very good there as Magnussen understeers a bit through turn 9. Turn 10 is okay. Rear end looks a bit glittery, to be honest, but he gets through just about okay. And yeah, not a great middle sector. Only 1.5 up on Bottas. Mick Schumacher has done a very good middle sector. So Schumacher, I think, is going to outdo Magnussen here. But we'll see whether Magnussen can still get through to Q2 as he comes through the banked final corner now. And Magnussen to the line goes P12. So Magnussen up to 12th. I don't think that'll be good enough as Mick Schumacher goes 8th. That is very good. And I think that could very well be good enough to get into Q2. As here comes Zhou Guanyu through the final corner. Can he absolutely confirm himself for Q2? Yeah, we'll have to see. Goes up to P10. Not sure that improvement was good enough, though. Valtteri Bottas goes from 17th up to P12. Latifi has made a mistake or something in the middle sector because he's just lapped very, very slowly. Lance Stroll goes up to 4th place. What a lap there from Lance Stroll. As in the drop zone, it is as Ricciardo has improved, I think, up to 17th. Lando Norris now improves and goes all the way up to P4. Tsunoda goes up to 2nd for AlphaTauri. What a lap from him. As Pierre Gasly currently in the drop zone. Can he get into Q2? Yes, he can. Pierre Gasly up to P11. And that pushes Bottas, because Ocon has got through in 13th into Q2, that pushes Valtteri Bottas out of Q1. And so does go out of Q1 Kevin Magnussen, Daniel Ricciardo, Sebastian Vettel. Poor effort, I've got to say, from Vettel there. And Latifi in 20th. But let me just quickly do the final order. So Lewis Hamilton went up to second. So it's Verstappen first, Hamilton second. Tsunoda ended up in third there. What an effort from Tsunoda to confirm himself for Q2. Leclerc fourth. Norris 5th, Russell 6th, Stroll 7th, Perez 8th, Alonso 9th, Albon 10th, and then I believe it was Schumacher in 11th. As here's a replay of Vettel, and that's why he had a bad final lap. He oversteered massively into the turn 13, the final proper corner. And yeah, the wind, I'm going to guess, played a role in that because it is quite windy today. Again, about 15 kilometers an hour wind speed here at Zandvoort. And here is Lando Norris. It was on a flying lap and overtook there. Not sure if that's overtaking under yellow flags. I'm sure if it was, that the FIA would investigate that. And then it was Gasly 11th, Schumacher 12th, Ocon 13th, Sainz in 14th. Ferrari very lucky that they got him through there. Zhou in 15th, meaning, guys, the knocked out in Q1, Valtteri Bottas, Kevin Magnussen, Daniel Ricciardo, Sebastian Vettel, and Nicholas Latifi. And Q2 will be underway in about 2 to 3 minutes from now. Let me just get the timer ready for Q2, which is, of course, a 15-minute long session. And I'll sync up the timer at the 14-minute mark. And I'll just get the second dotted line out. Illustrate where the cutoff zone is for Q2. Let me just quickly do this. I've got to say, Alex Albon, again, very impressive with his qualifying effort there. Ending up in P10. You never know. He could end up getting another very impressive qualifying result here, just like he did at Spa, where, of course, he qualified in, was it 9th place? Did Albon in the Williams? So, yeah, you never know what can happen with Alex here in Q2. Would be remarkable, honestly, if he was to get into Q3. But, yeah, anyone in between those two dotted lines, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, which is, at the moment, Gasly, Schumacher, Ocon, Sainz, and Zhou. If it was to finish that way at the end of Q2, obviously those drivers would be out of the session in that order. And yeah, Q2 will be underway in a minute or so. And let me know in chat, guys, who do you think will get knocked out in Q2? Most likely, it's going to be probably Schumacher, Zhou, maybe both of the AlphaTauris, to be honest. I know Tsunoda finished up in third, but I think that was a bit of an anomaly. I don't think that's quite the pace that AlphaTauri have for this weekend. But yeah, I think definitely Schumacher, Zhou, and one of the AlphaTauris at least will be out in Q2. And realistically, you'd have to say Williams with Alex Albon as well. Let me look in the chat. Astro Stevo says, oh no, he's retracted it. Jonathan Hockey says, what happened to Ricciardo? I missed F1 for 2 or 3 years. He seems to have completely lost his mojo. Well, McLaren car, he just can't get used to, just can't get comfortable in the car. Time spent away from family because of COVID, because obviously he wasn't allowed to enter Australia for a long time because of the border rules. Plus, as well, since he's known that he's not going to be racing for McLaren next year, I think mentally he's quite down at the minute. So, yeah, I think that's, all of that combined is what's causing Ricciardo to be in the position he's in. And honestly, there is a very good chance, unfortunately, that Daniel Ricciardo will not be on the grid in 2023. The thought at the moment is that Ricciardo could be a reserve driver for Mercedes next season. That's been a rumor that's been put out there. Now, whether that actually does happen, who knows? I mean, I could see Mercedes going for that because, you know, it'd be good to have Ricciardo as a reserve driver. And if Lewis Hamilton was to retire at the end of next season, because obviously Hamilton's contract does end at the end of next season, then Ricciardo would be a good option for Mercedes. But, yeah, not looking good for Daniel Ricciardo, as Q2, guys, underway in 30 seconds or so from now. And yeah, we wait for the session to get underway. Astro Stevens is still hoping that Ricciardo gets the Alpine seat here. I mean, I am as well, but the rumor at the minute is that Gasly is pretty much nailed on, as long as Red Bull release Gasly. That Gasly is pretty much nailed on to be going to Alpine for next year. Even though, obviously, Gasly and Ocon don't have the greatest relationship. That's the thought at the moment. But we've seen plenty of times in F1 history that just because that's the talk in the paddock doesn't mean that's what's actually going to happen. As Q2, guys, has begun. The first car on track is a Williams. Yes, it is a Williams of Alexander Albon. I'll get the timer on screen in about 30 seconds from now, so don't worry about that. Of course, he comes out on another set of self-compound tyres, and he will get into his lap in about a minute from now. And he is the only car for now on the track as he exits turn 3 on his outlap. Just seeing if there's any news quickly on Twitter that I can bring you guys. Can't see anything at the moment. Just having a quick look, and yeah, wouldn't see, I can't see anything at the minute in terms of new news. Of course, if I see anything, red flag. Oh, that's why. Oh, why? That's so stupid. The fans are so stupid. Well, not the fans, but whoever's done that is so stupid. A fan has thrown a flare onto the track at the final, towards the end of the lap, and it's landed. Well, now it's blowing away off the track. But it was right on the middle of the circuit, so that's why we've had a red flag. Let me just quickly... Well, this red flag shouldn't last long, because there was only one car on track then, and Alex Albon now comes back into the pits. So, I'll sync up the timer for the session at the 13-minute mark. Those fans, they cannot do that. You cannot throw flares onto the track. As Albon on the radio there talking about something, not quite sure. And yeah, Albon back into the pits now. I'm not going to display red flag on the screen yet because I'm pretty sure this red flag is going to end pretty soon, or is it also out for these pigeons? Oh dear. We saw this actually. I'm going to put it on screen. What do you call it? The text that says red flag. We saw this in practice 3. These group of pigeons. This is such a silly thing to say as well, considering that it's 2022. But there's these group of pigeons that keep sitting on the inside of turn 7 and giving the drivers a bit of a scare. I'm just wondering, and the session they've said will resume in 3 minutes' time. I'm just wondering whether they want to maybe clear those pigeons away as well. So we'll see whether, you know, what happens with that. But, yeah. Whoever, there's no way, by the way, one of those flares, like, accidentally flew out of someone's hand or just filtered onto track. Some dickhead in the crowd has obviously just thrown it onto the track, which is very bad. Should not be happening. As yeah, Marshall there trying to chase the pigeons away to get off the track there. And race control just said something else as well. I'm not sure if they've delayed the restarting of the session or not, but we currently have a red flag, only like a minute in to into Q2. Q2 gets underway in 2 minutes' time, properly in 2 minutes' time. So yeah, once we get going, obviously I'll get things running with the timer on screen. But don't go anywhere, guys, because the session will be underway very, very soon. And even though that's poor from whoever threw that onto track, it is still good to see, you know, so many people at the circuit or just qualifying. And of course, it'll be even bigger tomorrow for the race. As we just wait to see what happens with what do you call it? With who comes out on track straight away. Because obviously, when Q2 initially got underway, the only car on track was Alex Albon and everyone else was in the pits. So it'll be interesting to see whether everyone now comes out to track. And I think, yeah, there you go. I think on some of the TV screens around the track, or right where whoever threw it, they're now displaying a message, FOM, saying, please do not throw flares onto the track, etc., etc. Which is good. And again, hopefully no one does that, because that's just so stupid. And we are about to get underway again, thankfully, with Q2. So I'll just hide this. And yeah, at the 13-minute mark, which will be in 54 seconds from now, I'll sync up the timer for the Q2 session, as Q2 is officially back underway and back onto track. I'm going to guess is Alex Albon in the Williams. Is it Albon? Can't quite see from this angle. I think it is. But Max Verstappen it is. Max Verstappen is now out of his garage and coming out to track, thankfully. Here we go. Let's see what Verstappen can do. His quickest lap of, and obviously he ended up in P1. His quickest lap was a 1:11.3, I think it was, in Q1. We'll see what kind of improvement he can make in this session, as Perez comes out onto track as well. And 3, 2, 1. And there you go. 13 minutes to go in Q2. Let's see who ends up in to Q3 or out in Q2. Only Verstappen, Perez, and Albon on the track right now. As Max Verstappen is just coming through the middle part of the lap. So Alex Albon is about to start, or is now starting, pretty much his first flying run. It'll be interesting to see as well what he can do. Can he actually get into Q3? If he got to Q3 around this track, considering Williams have been a bit slow this weekend, that would be Albon's probably best job of the season so far. As Max Verstappen comes through the final corner and now begins his first Q2 lap. And we'll see what his first sector time is in a moment. As George Russell is on track now, so is Lewis Hamilton. So they've got 5 cars on the circuit. As Max Verstappen is just coming up to the first sector time beam. And 24.5 for the first sector, which is, I don't know, not quite as quick as I would have expected for the first sector, but it's not too bad. Now into turn 9. Understeer's a bit wide there, so would have lost probably a tenth or so. Looked fine, though, through turn 10, as Sergio Perez actually did a quicker first sector than Max Verstappen, as Perez runs incredibly wide through turn 10. Understeering like a cross-channel ferry. As Alex Albon goes quickest, but I think Max Verstappen is going to go quite a bit quicker than Albon, as he now comes to the line, Max Verstappen, for his first run in Q2, and does a 1:10.9. That is a good first run. And Sergio Perez comes to the line, finishes second, and he did a 1:11.3. Did Perez? So it is Verstappen, Perez, Albon, your top 3. I've got to say, Alex Albon's lap there, 1:12.0, I think that was. That's a pretty good lap, considering he's in a Williams. So not too bad there, as we've got Lewis Hamilton and George Russell at the moment on a flying lap. And then Tsunoda, Leclerc, Norris, Stroll, Gasly, Schumacher, Ocon, Sainz, and Zhou on an outlap. As now Mick Schumacher begins a flying lap. Fernando Alonso, interestingly, still in the pits. Not quite sure why that is. As Leclerc, I think this is, or is this Carlos Sainz? I'm not quite sure. Just coming through turn 13 now, and it's Carlos Sainz we're on board with, as Leclerc's already begun his first lap in Q2. And now we're looking at the Mercedes of George Russell towards the end of his first flying lap in Q2. And he's done, and Lewis Hamilton has done a very good middle sector, only half a tenth off Max Verstappen for the lap so far. Mercedes have got good speed here, as Russell comes to the line. Russell half a second down and in third place. Here comes Lewis Hamilton, though, who goes second, only a tenth and a half slower than Max Verstappen. That's a very good run there for Hamilton. As Lando Norris has done a purple first sector and a decent middle sector. Let's see what his final lap is. It's only good enough for P5, but it's still a pretty good lap there for Lando. As Mick Schumacher goes 7th out of the 7 times so far. Zhou Guanyu goes quicker than Schumacher, up to P7. As Charles Leclerc only goes 6th. And Carlos Sainz now only goes 6th. Where's their pace gone? How come they weren't that quick on that lap? I just don't quite understand that. Carlos Sainz did a 1:11.5 and Leclerc did a 1:11.7, I think. That's a bit slower than they went in Q, or that Leclerc did in Q1. So yeah, don't quite get that. As Lance Stroll goes 4th for Aston Martin. What a lap by Stroll. All of a sudden, he's become good at qualifying. Took him long enough, but he's up in P4 here in Q2. So yeah, your top 10 at the moment with 7.5 minutes to go in Q2 it is Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, Stroll, Russell, Norris, Sainz, Leclerc, and then Albon is in 9th with Pierre Gasly in P10, as Fernando Alonso, by the way, is on his first flying run here in Q2. So it's Gasly P10, Ocon only 11th. That is surprising. And then Zhou, Tsunoda, Schumacher, Alonso. But again, Alonso yet to complete his first run in Q2. Did Stroll get pole once, Astro Stevo? Yeah, he did. Turkey in 2020, a brilliant pole lap. And in the end was screwed over by his team's strategy decisions as to why he didn't win that race, because he was leading quite comfortably. That weekend, that wet, wild weekend in Turkey, where Lewis Hamilton clinched his 7th World Championship as Fernando Alonso, about 4/10 inside of Pierre Gasly's lap time that he's done at the minute. Obviously, Gasly in P10, the man he needs to go quicker than. So Alonso probably going to go 8th or 9th with this lap. As Alonso comes to the line now, where does he go? It is P8. And that pushes Charles Leclerc down to P9. Yeah, don't quite understand why Ferrari did not go that quick at the in the first runs there. There's no real reason for them to be that slow. I mean, yeah, maybe they're saving on a bit of power, but you never know. If there's a red flag later in this session, they could get screwed over there and end up getting one or both of their cars knocked out in Q2. So yeah, not great there. Surely Ferrari not that slow in reality. That would be an incredible drop off. But at the moment, Red Bull looking good. Not as good as they were last weekend, but very good. Mercedes looking very, very good. And we are yet to see what Ferrari have for proper. Nib says he also had damage. Kaz, by the way, good to see, mate. He did have damage, I remember, but I think the reason he was so slow is because they put him on fresh inters when the track really was best suited to inters that were a lot more worn. I think that's the majority of why he was so slow towards the end of that race. But yeah, it was such a good drive. The thing with Stroll is, Alex Albon, by the way, has started probably one of his final runs in Q2. Still, miraculously, in the top 10. What an amazing result that would be for Albon, as he's really having a very good season at Williams. I think Stroll this season's been actually pretty good. It's just the car has been abysmal. I mean, I know Sebastian Vettel is ahead of him in the championship, but I think Stroll's done very well compared to Sebastian Vettel this season. So I think people need to be a bit more respectful when it comes to Stroll. Really, the only reason he didn't finish in the points last weekend was because of the Giga Albon car. And then, you know, finishing the points in France. Had a points finish in Canada, Miami, Imola, so he's had a few points finishes this season, and not done too bad at times as of late compared to Sebastian Vettel in qualifying. So yeah, I don't think Stroll's done that bad this year, to be honest, as Alex Albon comes to the line, improves his lap time, but stays in P10, but he's now 3.5 tenths of a second clear of Gasly, who is in 11th. So Gasly needs to find 4 tenths of a second, at least, if he's going to get into Q3. But in the drop zone, guys, with 3 minutes to go, Pierre Gasly, Esteban Ocon, Zhou Guanyu, Yuki Tsunoda, and Mick Schumacher. Let me know in the chat, who do you think will escape and get into Q3 out of that 5? Probably Ocon, you'd imagine, given the car. But it is close between the field there. Hold on a minute, I'm just responding to Nib on Twitter. Let me just quickly do this quick. Anyway, let's move on with the rest of Q2 here. As we've got the two Ferraris on track, obviously. They need to be out on track because you never know, they could get knocked out of Q2 here. Only P7 and P9. And Leclerc. Now, is this Leclerc? Yeah, it is. Charles Leclerc coming around the final corner now. And now begins his final lap in Q2. Surely Leclerc will get into Q3 as he comes into turn 1 now. And, well, Ferrari car looking incredibly good through that first corner. And as well through turn 2 and 3. Slight hesitation on going to the outside of turn 3. But, yeah, car looks good. As Leclerc now comes to the first sector point, what's he doing compared to Verstappen? He's a couple tenths of a second quicker. Yeah, this is a lot more like it. This is pretty much Leclerc now lapping at the speed he's probably going to lap at for pole. And so Zhou Guanyu up slightly on Alex Albon. As Leclerc, a bit of traffic ahead. He's got to make sure he clears those two cars. And he does, just about. And for the middle sector, he's lost 2 or 3 tenths of a second, but he is only a tenth and a half off Verstappen. So this will still see him into Q3. As Leclerc now rounds turn 13. Very good speed through that final corner there. Now into the real final corner. And to the line, Charles Leclerc goes P2 and ends up only 0.06 of a second off Max Verstappen and to the purple final sector. So it's definitely still up for grabs in Q3. Zhou Guanyu goes P10 for Alfa Romeo. Lando Norris improves to P4 as Mick Schumacher goes 8th for Haas. What a lap there by Schumacher as Carlos Sainz improves all the way to P1 in the Ferrari. I do have to say Max Verstappen hasn't come out on track for another run, so I do have to make sure to say that. Alonso now the driver at risk as Esteban Ocon now pushes his teammate into the drop zone. Ocon P10. Russell up to 2nd now. As Tsunoda comes to line, Tsunoda goes P10, so Esteban Ocon is out in Q2. And Alonso must have made a mistake on his lap because compared to Tsunoda, Alonso half a second almost down on Tsunoda. So Alonso not looking good here at all. And Gasly, currently 15th, goes P11 in the AlphaTauri. And here comes Alonso, and yet finishes his lap, must have made a mistake, and ends up 13th. Both Alpines are out in Q2. What a surprise that is. Nobody saw that coming. So, that is Q2 over and done with, guys. And let's get into the final finishing order of the session itself. So, Carlos Sainz ended up quickest. Russell 2nd, Verstappen 3rd, Leclerc 4th, Hamilton 5th, Norris 6th, Perez 7th, Stroll 8th, great job by him, Schumacher 9th, what a drive from Mick Schumacher, one of his best, if not his best, qualifying performance of his career so far. Yuki Tsunoda as well, great job by him in P10. Those are the drivers that'll be in, and I think Alonso there is probably going to accuse whoever the Red Bull was of holding him up. Not sure who that was. So yeah, Sainz, Russell, Verstappen, Leclerc, Hamilton, Norris, Perez, Stroll, Schumacher, Tsunoda. Those are the drivers into Q3. But guys, knocked down in Q2, Pierre Gasly, Esteban Ocon, Fernando Alonso, Zhou Guanyu, and Alexander Albon. And Q3, the shootout will be underway in 2 or 3 minutes' time. What a surprise with Alpine. Just didn't have the pace. Who would have thought that? I certainly did not. But guys, let me know in the chat, who do you think is getting pole position? Is it Ferrari? Is it Mercedes? Is it Red Bull? Let me know right now in the live chat. And I'll make sure to read out a couple of your comments. Jonathan Hockey says Tsunoda, Stroll, and Schumacher in top 10. Strange one. Very. Yeah, don't think we've ever had those three in the top 10 in qualifying before. Nib says Alpine mid-team, what a shock. And also says Max for pole. You know what? I'm gonna change my mind. I'm gonna go Max Verstappen on pole. Red Bull are quicker than I expected over a single lap. Ferrari are very quick. There's no doubt about that. But I think Max Verstappen, as long as he doesn't make a mistake and does a clean, fast lap, I think Verstappen is going to be too quick. But let me know, guys, who is getting pole? Verstappen, Leclerc, Sainz, Russell, Hamilton. Let me know right now in the chat. G Walker says Red Bull pole. McLaren from races spin the wheel for top 3. C Smith says Max for pole. Vinster says Max, like always, for pole. McLaren from races, Russell, Verstappen. Hamilton keeps his same prediction from earlier. That's brave. And let's see if there's any other comments I can read out in the chat. Can't quite see. Any other predictions? Frank Triggs says if Max is running the new floor, they were obviously running a conservative height in practice. Well, like I said, they always tend to not really show their hand as much on a Friday. So, yeah, wouldn't be surprised if that's what they were doing. Turbo says McLaren, lucky to have Norris. I wonder if the McLaren is average and Norris is excelling, or the McLaren is actually decent and Ricciardo just sucks that much. It is a bit hard to say. Yeah, as Norris on Team Radio says, bottomed out the exit the last corner, so just check the floor and everything. So maybe some damage there to Lando Norris's underbody. Brabham says Lewis Hamilton for pole. Dylan Forrest still says Hamilton for pole. Good to see you, by the way, mate. George for pole. Someone crying about Alonso in the chat. But yeah, I'm going to go Verstappen pole, Leclerc second, and then Russell third. I think I'm going to go for my top 3. As yeah, Q3 we're underway in a minute or so. It is a 12-minute session. I'll sync up my timer alongside the actual timer on the broadcast at the 11-minute mark. Hunter says Russell for pole. Elemaine Wade says hammer time. Vince says Leclerc can't take the pressure of being up front for more than a few laps. I'm not sure about that. I think it's more that Ferrari can't take the pressure, to be honest. But yeah, Leclerc's not as good under pressure, obviously, as Max Verstappen or Lewis Hamilton. But in qualifying this year, we know Leclerc has been very, very good. The Verstappen army clap their hands, ready for Max to come out to track. And yeah, just waiting to see when the session has officially started. Can't see anything on the TV broadcast at the moment that indicates that the session has absolutely begun. Just showing there some analysis between Russell and Hamilton. I think now they're showing team radio between between Mick Schumacher and the Haas team. Yeah, great job by Mick. Great job by the three of them, Stroll, Schumacher, and Tsunoda. For all three of them to get into Q3 is incredible. I did not think any of them would get into Q3, I'm going to be honest. So, well done to the three of them. as looks as though Ferrari are, I think, just getting their tyres bolted on for the first run in Q3. But yeah, no sign of cars coming off the track yet. To be honest, I don't even know if the session has actually started for Q3, as we've had no indication. As the Verstappen fans continue to clap and stomp. And the session has now started. So Q3 underway. I'll sync up the time in about 50 seconds time. And I'll let you know who the first on track is, as they're doing some work, Aston Martin, to the front end of Lance Stroll's car, interestingly. So maybe a bit of damage sustained, who knows. As the first car on track is a Red Bull, and it probably is Max Verstappen. Pole position last year and race winner last year at his home Grand Prix. Can he do the same in terms of qualifying that he did last year? If he gets pole here, I don't see how he's beaten tomorrow. He has to get this right, does Max? As I'll sync the timer up right now. There you go. 11 minutes to go in qualifying. Get ready, guys, for the conclusion of this session. This is going to be a very exciting qualifying session. Way more exciting than Spa, because of course no grid penalties, and we have probably 3 or 4 contenders for pole position. That's Max Verstappen. Now comes into turn 11 and turn 12. No flares this time, interrupting the session. And Verstappen now into turn 13. And Max begins his first attempt at a second pole position in a row at his home Grand Prix at Zandvoort, as he now starts his lap. And into turn 1 he comes. Let's see what time he does. Remember, he did a 1 minute 10.9. So if he's able to go, say, 3 tenths quicker than that with this first run, is all the car moving around quite a bit in between turn 2 and 3, and quite rough on the exit curve turn 3 as well. That was on the edge stuff. He's, like I said, if he's able to do like a mid 1 minute 10, that might be good enough for Max, even with his first run, as his first sector time is still pretty good. As now into turn 9 he comes. Doesn't understeer as much as he did earlier, but still not great. And now through turn 10 he comes. Car looks absolutely fine. And we'll see what he's doing to the middle sector now, as Perez is on his lap, and Perez obviously slower in the first sector. As Max Verstappen, I'll just put him to the top of the timesheets now because he's going to go fastest, because he's the first man to set a lap. He now comes around the final banked corner. Is this lap good enough to see him on provisional pole? Let's see. To the line he comes. And it is a 1:10.5. What a lap by Super Max Verstappen. And that is going to be pretty hard to beat. Here comes Sergio Perez. And he is second, half a second slower than Max. That is a big gap between teammates at a track as short with its lap as this. Here comes Lando Norris. Round turn 13. And he should, Norris, go third, but you never know. Could go up to second. You never know with him. He is very quick over a single lap. No, he goes third, does Lando Norris. As Mick Schumacher is fourth. He's completed his first run in this session. And yes, slight bit of oversteer for Verstappen in the middle of turn 2 and 3. And then just a bit rough over the exit curve of turn 3. So he can improve his lap, probably by a tenth at most, from what he did there. But that was a pretty stonking lap from Max Verstappen. Except for that little moment, it was pretty great from Verstappen. As Sonoda, by the way, has done a lap, and he's up to P4 at a Mick Schumacher. Good for him. as George Russell, by the way, and Lewis Hamilton have completed their first sectors. Hamilton, about a 10th off in the first sector, so that's a pretty good first sector. And Leclerc for the first sector, let's see what he does. It's a purple first sector for Charles Leclerc. Russell quite a bit off in the middle sector, half a second off. What does Hamilton do? Purple middle sector for Lewis Hamilton. Here we go as George Russell is going to come to the line now, and Russell goes third, only for Mercedes, quite a bit off. Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, purple middle sector, and a 10th up on Verstappen as Lewis Hamilton goes second, a 10th off Verstappen. But here comes Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari round the final banked corner to the line. Can he spoil the party for now? And yes, he does. He goes on to provisional pole position by 0.06 of a second. Charles Leclerc, what a lap by the Monegasque. And this is going to be such an intense fight for pole as Carlos Sainz only goes fourth, 0.3 of a second slower than his teammate. Carlos is P4. And Lance Stroll, by the way, has not done a lap time because of the repairs going on to his car. That is the first run in Q3 done. One run to go. And at the moment, it's Leclerc on pole, Verstappen second, Hamilton third, Sainz fourth, Perez fifth, Russell sixth. Russell has got to improve on the amount of time he's losing to Hamilton there, half a second. Norris seventh at the moment, Tsunoda eighth, Schumacher ninth, and Stroll in 10th. But it is Leclerc and Verstappen and Hamilton, your top three, and the three main protagonists for qualifying, or for pole position here in qualifying. And Lewis Hamilton just losing a bit too much time, really, in that final sector. If Lewis had a good final sector, you know, as good as he had in the middle sector, in terms of his pace compared to Leclerc and Verstappen, Lewis could have been a lot closer. Maybe still third, but a lot closer on time compared to Leclerc and Max. So just that final sector that Lewis has got to get right as we enter the final 5 minutes of qualifying. By the way, guys, just want to quickly say, with so many of you here, don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022. And don't forget, I'll be live tomorrow, probably with Nib as well, who is joining me for the race watch-along for race day at Zandvoort from 12 p.m. till all the way through till 5 p.m. UK time. I'll be live. 12 till 1:30, I'll be doing a race preview. 1:30 till 4 p.m. UK time with the race watch-along. The race tomorrow, by the way, starts at 2 p.m. UK time. And then from 4 till 5 p.m., say an hour after the race finishes, I'll be reacting with you guys to the Dutch Grand Prix. And, also, remember, I will be staying around for at least half an hour after this session finishes to react with you guys to the events of qualifying. So make sure to stick around as well. But if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there. And if you're watching and you have not smashed the like button, then make sure to do so to help the channel grow. And also don't forget to share this video and channel everywhere you can, as we've got 3.5 minutes to go until the end of qualifying. And I think we've got probably three main contenders here for pole: Leclerc, Verstappen, and Hamilton. I don't think Carlos Sainz can really get in there for Ferrari. I mean, I didn't really see his laps. I'm not sure if he made a mistake or not, but I'm not sure Sainz quite has the pace here to really compete for pole position. As it looks as though Ferrari are about to send Leclerc onto track to secure pole at Zandvoort. And here he comes in the beautiful Ferrari car. And also the beautiful Red Bull of Max Verstappen joins the track as well. And Lewis Hamilton just about now coming out onto track. So we'll see who gets pole. Let me know, guys, in the chat. Who is getting pole? Is it Leclerc, Verstappen, Hamilton, or maybe could even Russell get his way up there. We'll see. As Mercedes continue to hold Lewis Hamilton in the pits, which is interesting. So they want to make sure he's absolutely last on the track. Well, if there's a red flag or a yellow flag, that might not be the smartest strategy, but, you know, we'll see. But anyway, the two Mercedes on track now. Lance Stroll, I can tell you, I don't think is coming out again, which is a shame, because he probably would have had a good chance of qualifying in P8. Yuki Tsunoda has come out to track, which is good. And, yeah, all cars now in this top 10 shootout on track, except for Lance Stroll, who, again, I don't think he's coming out again. Yellow flag in Sector 1. Who is that for? A green flag now. And maybe someone just went a bit too... got a bit too aggressive on there. Oh, for goodness sake. Another flare. It's gone underneath the barrier, though. I think towards the exit of the pit lane. Whoever's doing this, whoever's throwing these flares, needs to be not just thrown out of the track. They need to be banned from F1 races for life. Should not be throwing flares onto a fucking track. Grow the fuck up. All I can say to that. Anyway, let's get into this. Qualifying, final qualifying laps. Who's going to get pole? As Charles Leclerc already on his final lap. Here he comes to the first sector. And he is up by 0.04 of a second. Purple first sector for Leclerc. Verstappen, in about 15 seconds, will come to the first sector point. Charles Leclerc through turn 9. Slight wiggle on the rear end. Verstappen for the first sector. Let's see what he's done. It's good, but it's nothing special from Verstappen. Not special enough. Leclerc, though, has not improved his middle sector. That might be crucial in deciding who gets pole here, as Carlos Sainz has done a good first sector. Not great, but good. As Charles Leclerc now comes around the final banking corner to the line. Can Leclerc get pole here at Zandvoort for Ferrari? He goes even quicker onto a 1:10.3, but Max Verstappen at the moment is a 10th up on Leclerc through the middle sector. Purple middle sector for Max. Now comes around that final banked corner. Can he do it? Can Max Verstappen deliver pole again for the home fans? Yes, he can by 0.02 of a second. And Supermax gets pole once again. Carlos Sainz goes third. Yellow flag in sector 3, and that's gonna spoil Mercedes' laps. That is such a shame, as Russell comes to the line and only qualifies 6th. And Lewis Hamilton is going to end up 4th and not be able to improve his lap because Sergio Perez has spun on the exit of turn 13 and then basically stopped on the inside of the final corner. But that is it for qualifying. Let's see what this mistake was for Perez. Comes into turn 13 and just simply too aggressive on the throttle and spins. Perez ends up 5th. Not a great session for him. But the top 10, the final finishing order in the top 10, guys. Max Verstappen on pole position. What a lap from Max. Leclerc 2nd, Sainz 3rd, Hamilton 4th, Perez 5th, Russell 6th, Norris 7th, Schumacher 8th. What a qualifying lap for him. Sergio 9th, Stroll in 10th, and the rest of the order for qualifying, the rest of the order for the race, will be Pierre Gasly 11th, Ocon 12th, Alonso 13th, Zhou 14th, Albon 15th, and then Bottas, Magnussen, Ricciardo, Vettel, and Latifi rounding out the rest of the field. What a qualifying session that was, and that's such a shame that Perez ruined the Mercedes lap there of Lewis Hamilton, because I think Hamilton, and Russell as well, I think Hamilton still had a chance at possibly improving, but Mercedes will be back tomorrow with a vengeance. I have no doubt about that. But guys, stay with me. Cheers for that, by the way, Nose. I told you. Stay with me, guys, because for the next half an hour or so, I'm going to react with you guys to what's happened in qualifying. Just before I do, let me just quickly post the link out for the stream out in a couple places. And then we'll get into some of the reactions, some of your comments. In the chat, guys, let me know what you thought of qualifying, what you thought of the fight for pole position, you know, Verstappen, Leclerc, Mercedes, Perez, and also let me know who your driver of the day is. And make sure to shout out, if you can, some of the midfield runners, not just mention, obviously, the top runners. Let me just post this out quick. And I'll also just quickly post out on Twitter the link, and then we will get going with this reaction. Come join us here for reaction to qualifying for the Dutch Grand Prix. And I'll just quickly do a couple hashtags. And yeah, let me know, guys, what you have to say. And there you go. So that link posted. And there you go. So let's see what you guys have to say in chat. And again, let me know, what do you think of qualifying? And what do you think of the fight for pole we saw there between the top drivers and top teams? And again, who is your driver of the day today? My driver of the day is I'm going to go Mick Schumacher for driver of the day. I thought what he did today was incredible. Nobody expected him to be 8th on the grid. Even his biggest fans, I don't think expected that. Triban says, no, I'm not forgiving Checo for this. Yeah, it was quite convenient, but yeah, it happens sometimes. Nothing you can do about it, unfortunately. Perez, Minister of Defense, maybe. McLaren from Race says, what a convenient end, indeed. Let's have a look at some of the comments here if I can. Second sector, what went wrong for Charles? Asks Rivaldo. In turn 9, the only thing I could see is in turn 9, he lost the rear end a bit and there was a slight wiggle. That's the only thing it could be, is he had a slight bit of oversteer that kind of affected his run out of the corner and maybe affected his run a bit into turn 10. That's the only thing I can think of. But yeah, if he improved on his first laps middle sector time that he did in Q3, he would have been on pole. That was literally the difference, was that middle sector. And that's why Max Verstappen will start his home race on pole. Let's look at some comments here. Driver of the day, Mick Schumacher, says Lex Donnelly. Hunter says, no doubt Leclerc is driver of the day. G Walker says, Schumacher deserves a nod. Supermax driver of the day. Well done, Sergio, for getting a Red Bull pole. Oh dear. I'm sure we're going to see plenty of accusations on Twitter of, oh, Perez fixing qualifying. Ruined Hamilton's lap. Who said that quickly? Still I Rise. Yeah, it did. It did. I think Hamilton probably would have got third. I don't think Lewis would have got pole, because I actually saw before obviously Perez spun, Hamilton didn't improve in the middle sector, so obviously made a little mistake of his own. So Lewis probably would have ended up third if he had a good final sector. So, yeah, but even though it's only 4th and 6th, Mercedes are contenders tomorrow. There is no doubt about it. And Ferrari, I think, even though it's 2nd and 3rd on the grid, which is not too bad, or is, still pretty good, given how they've been this season in the races, it's going to be a tricky race. Very tricky race. Not sure really how they win, given how they've been this season. And Mercedes behind are going to be very, very quick. So, we'll see. Yeah, Ismail saying Perez cheat. Thank you, Sergio. Nib, what am I reading this chat right now? C. Smith says, think Max will check out like last race. One thing I will do, obviously before we get into the stream tomorrow, previewing the race, I will look at the race pace data from practice to just see how it's looking between Red Bull and Ferrari and whether it's likely that Max will just pull away quite easily. But yeah, I'm not sure. Unless Max has a terrible start to the race, I'm not sure how he actually loses the race tomorrow. Unless Mercedes have like unspeakably incredible pace, if that makes any sense. Still Rice says Minister of Crashgate. Let me find some of the comments here if I can. Harrison K says, yeah, Hamilton was not getting pole. Calm down, people. Exactly. Again, if you thought Hamilton was going to get pole, I mean, that's okay if you think that, but I'm telling you that was not the case. Lewis was not on for pole position with that lap. He was on for 3rd at best. So, to be honest, it's not really that bad of a result still for Mercedes. Leclerc says Vince will try to win on strategy and will, of course, lose. I mean, that's the problem with Ferrari. They need pole, you feel as though, to win a race, because the only way, really, around a track like this, you can get past a rival that you're lapping at similar speeds to, is through the pit stop phase, a strategy somehow. Ferrari are the worst team on the grid by a million miles when it comes to race strategy. So yeah, it's not going to be good from them. But all I'm hoping for Ferrari is that they just don't implode and do what they did in Hungary, which is where they qualified 2nd and 3rd there and end up somehow off the podium when it seemed harder to finish off the podium than on it. Hunter says, yeah, Ferrari's strategy is to make their drivers lose the race. Mark says, if you're going to have a streaming platform, be objective. You don't know what the outcome was going to be. When did I ever claim I knew what the outcome for sure was going to be? I don't know what you're talking about there. I mean, you can hear me as I build into qualifying and build into the race. I'm never absolutely sure. Well, maybe sometimes I am absolutely sure, but you know what I mean? I'm not absolutely sure all the time of how things are going to play out, so I don't really understand what you're saying there. C. Smith says Ferrari, don't forget the correct tyres. Hungary Ferrari Masterclass. Lewis P1 or P2, that's for sure. Triban says A person could bet 1 million and get 10 million if they predicted a Red Bull 1-2 at Zandvoort now. Yes, by the way, McLaren race qualifying has ended. Ferrari scrubbed into tomorrow in 5 pit stop strategy, says Turbo in the chat. To be honest, actually, I remember they did this once in Malaysia, where I don't know if you guys will remember this. In 2009, there was a massive downpour of rain, and eventually the race was red flagged because it was just too heavy, the rain, and there wasn't enough light left in the day to complete the race. What Ferrari did, because they anticipated rain was coming, whilst it was still bone dry, put Kimi Räikkönen, at the time he was driving for them, on full wet tyres. Made him tour around on wet tyres. By the time it started raining, his wet tyres had literally just not even gone. They'd gone even further than off a cliff, if that's even possible. So, they have done it before. Wouldn't blame them doing it again. If there's rain, you know, on the radar. But by the looks of it, and hold on, Mark says, you just made a statement that Lewis wasn't going to get pulled, wasn't going to get pole. How can you be so sure? Because the reason I say that he wasn't going to get pole is because I was looking at the sector times. Right before Perez spun, or right as Perez spun, Lewis was still in the middle sector, and his middle sector was not an improvement. So, yeah, he wasn't going to get pole. The best he was going to get was P3. I mean, if he was on if he had a purple middle sector, then I would have said, yeah, Lewis was potentially cost pole here. But from what I saw, that was not the case. Probably would have been third at best, which would have been still a decent result. Jazztastic says, can't believe people were throwing flares on the track. Idiots indeed. Like I said, right before that final running qualifying, whoever was throwing flares on the track needs to be kicked out of the track. And not just kicked out of the track, they need to be banned from F1 races, period. Vinster says he didn't have any purple sectors or enough purple sectors. No, he didn't have any. He improved his first sector, then he went slower than his personal best in the middle sector. So even if he had done a purple final sector, it probably would have been third still for Lewis. But yeah, let's calm down. If anyone does think that, or think that, that Lewis was cost pole position because he wasn't quite that quick. But looking good for Mercedes. Do you think, says Trash, or asks Trash, do you think Hamilton can get P1? I mean, according to what you think, what's the probability? The thing is, again, it is hard to overtake here, so he won't be able to do it on track unless he has much fresher tyres, or just better tyres in much better condition. I think he's got probably a 30 to 40% chance. 40% at the absolute most, and that's being very generous, but I'd probably say about 30% chance of winning. Honestly, if the race pace plays out as it has done this season, Mercedes being a lot quicker than they were in qualifying, Red Bull being better than Ferrari, and Ferrari just not matching what they can do in qualifying, then Mercedes have got a good chance, but they need, because they're 4th and 6th on the grid, they need quite a bit to go right for them. Oh my god, here we go. Mark again saying, you just sound like Martin Brundle and called the rest of bias. Being objective commentator, that's all I'm telling. Don't put your biases out there. What biases am I putting out there? And there you go. Rooks has timed him out. Again, what biases am I putting out there? What? Because I said Supermax when he got pole. So fucking what? I don't support Max Verstappen. I don't care if he gets pole position or not. As long as it's an exciting end to qualifying like we got, I couldn't give a fuck who got pole position, to be honest. So, you know, maybe instead of, you know, complaining to me, maybe you should just, I don't know, cry harder. You don't like it. Let me look at some final comments here. I'm probably going to come off the stream in a couple minutes because I'm pretty knackered, to be honest. And I've been going for, what, 4 hours, 40 minutes? I'm probably going to stay on for another 5 minutes or so. Let's look at some comments here. Toxic Ferrari is the real reason behind Ferrari failures this year. Eugene Kelly says he was cost a chance at pole and George could have qualified higher too. I mean, Russell, yeah, could have qualified better, but Lewis was factually not cost a chance at pole position because, again, we saw the sector times. They were not good enough for pole. So, no. Moa says, oh, Chazzy, you're cooking him at this point. I mean, I just, you know, the reason I was so, you know, dismissive then is because I've just had that accusation for so long and it's so tiring. Literally had it for 4 or 5 years. Oh, you're biased to this driver. I don't give a fuck what you think. I am objective. I am never biased and I never will be. If you can't handle me saying something that doesn't just confirm your opinion back to you and isn't just an echo chamber for you, then, you know, I'm sorry, but, you know, I'm going to say what I want to say, and that's the end of it. I don't think what I said was wrong at all, and if people actually looked into the data, they would see that Lewis Hamilton was not going to get pole. His lap just wasn't good enough. Vince just says Chazza has supported Max for a long time. Well, we know that's not true. Triburn says, let's go Chazza. Turbo says, even if Chazza was a Max fan, that's fine. Many pundits on YouTube have drivers they favour and they aren't gaslighted for it. Again, it's just the same all the time. Rooksfoot says, I'm the driver, you're biased. Or it changes every week too, Chazza. Does it? I'm not sure it does. I'm joking. KH, yeah, straightforward content. Yeah, like I said, I just say whatever, you know, is on my mind. I'm not just gonna... Because I'm not gonna, you know, dig out certain creators. I'm not sure of the certain creators that do it, but I remember a few years ago there were YouTubers out there that maybe wouldn't push the envelope or push the boat as much as I do when it comes to my opinions. I know, you know, other people. I know other people, you know, don't like to say anything too strong because they don't want to upset their fan base, but to be honest, I don't really care. I mean, I'm not going to say anything to deliberately upset a certain fan base, a Verstappen fan base, Leclerc fan base, Hamilton fan base, Ferrari, Mercedes, Red Bull. You know, I'm not going to say anything deliberately inflammatory just to annoy people, but I'm not going to not have an opinion because it might cause a reaction. Fuck that. That's never going to happen. Eugene Kelly says, Chazza became Max fan last year after Abu Dhabi when he tried to justify Max getting that title by saying he deserved it when Lewis smoked Max for 4 straight races. Again, I said this, I think at the time in the comments of that video, that, what do you call it? The reason I said Max deserved the championship for that year was based on the season, wasn't based on Abu Dhabi. If you're basing who deserved to win the championship on that race, then I think you're really looking at things so incorrectly. And yeah, Lewis in those final 4 races was a lot better than Max, but it was a 21-22 race season, so I'm going to look at that rather than just 4 races. Because I can point to probably 3 or 4 races where Max, you know, to use your words, smoked Lewis. So, works both ways. And at the end of the day, all I want in Formula 1 is just a close, exciting field. If Lance Stroll won every race, but it was an exciting, 8 out of 10 at least Grand Prix, I wouldn't care. That's all I want, is exciting Formula 1 racing. The winner matters nothing to me. I just report, basically, on what happens here. But anyway, I'm going to come to the end of the stream there, guys. Yeah, cheers for coming along for qualifying day today. Apologies about having to, comment on those comments there, but just had to, defend myself because what the guy was saying there was clearly wrong. But yeah, he can do whatever he wants. So yeah, thanks for today. Been great to have you along for 4 hours 45 minutes, and have so many viewers as well. And would be great to have you guys along as well for the race tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow I'll be live at 12 p.m. UK time, and I'll be live all the way through until 5 p.m. probably UK time. 12 till 1:30 we'll be doing the preview for the Grand Prix. 1:30 till 4 p.m. UK time with the race watch-along itself, and then the race will start, remember, at 2 p.m. UK time. Do not forget that time. And then for an hour after the race finishes, whenever it finishes, most likely between 4 and 5 p.m. UK time, I'll be reacting with you guys, hopefully, to what's happened in the Dutch Grand Prix. Hopefully, a more exciting race than last year. And then, yeah, that's the plan for tomorrow. And then, just to let you guys know as well, if there is enough to cover from the race tomorrow, I will be doing either a video or a stream about it. Some of the main topics from the race tomorrow, if there is enough to talk about, on Monday as well. And that'll probably be uploaded or be streamed at 6 p.m. UK time on Monday evening. So still plenty of content, guys, coming your way. But yeah, cheers for coming around for today's stream. If you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for that content coming up. And for everyone watching right now, if you haven't already, again, don't forget to smash the like button and share this video and channel everywhere you can. And as well, don't forget to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5. And don't forget to join my Discord server, link below in the description. Make sure to go and join that to join our community. But guys, until race day for the Dutch Grand Prix, a race day that's going to be quite exciting and very interesting and hopefully very close in the battle for victory and throughout the entire field. Until race day, guys, at Zandvoort, it has been me, ChazHD. Goodbye.